that actually his wife was very timid and that she wanted to be involved in this, but she liked to watch the videos afterwards. So she would be drugged when he arrived, but this was totally consensual. That's what he'd said. The judges have decided that's not true. They've found him guilty. Another person, Christian L., also found guilty. So these verdicts continuing to come in.
Also found guilty, as you said. Just clarify something for me, if you would, please, Siobhan. Why are we getting the guilty verdicts for him now, given that he pleaded guilty?
Do you mean for Dominique Pelicot? It's because it's a slightly different system here in France. So if you go to court in the UK, you have this process where at the beginning, often the defendant is asked, how do you plead? And they say guilty or not guilty. Doesn't really work like that here. Basically, as part of his evidence, it's more of an interrogation trials here, more of an investigation. And as part of his evidence, he said, I am a rapist. I did this. So this is now the formal process of finding him guilty. And once they formally found him guilty, they will then use that to build the basis of how they sentence him.
OK. And all of the charges against him, you said they're pushing for 20 years for the aggravated rape. Will the other charges carry an extra sentence?
My understanding is that the whole sentence that they're pushing for him is 20 years. You've got to remember, this is a man who's 72 already. If he's given 20 years, it's highly likely, his health is bad anyway, it's highly likely that he will die in prison. And actually, this isn't the end of the investigations into Dominique Pelicot. One of the other defence lawyers said he's an extremely dangerous man. And actually what happened in Mazan, where the Pelicots lived, is probably just the tip of the iceberg, because we know that police are investigating him over a rape and murder that happened in Paris in 1991, a crime he's denied being involved in, but also over an attempted rape that happened in 1991, which he has admitted being involved in after his DNA was found at the scene. So it doesn't stop here.
I'm just going to let you gather some more verdicts for us, if you would. I don't know if you know, in France, if they get sentenced to 20 years, do they serve 20 years?
I don't know.
Like
I don't know. No. I don't know, but 20 years to me doesn't seem nearly enough. I appreciate that he may die in prison, but he should be sentenced to the crimes that he's committed, and I think given a just sentence. I don't think 20 years, as I say, which equates to 2 years per year drugging and raping his wife, coupled with all of the other things he's been involved in, is nearly enough.
Anna Tumazov is a French feminist activist and radio host, and joining us now. Anna, he had already pleaded guilty, Pelicot. We're now hearing that others are being convicted as well. Jean-Pierre M. guilty, Charlie A. guilty. He raped her 6 times. He's only in his 20s. And Christian L. also guilty. Your thoughts? Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your thoughts.
Actually, like this trial was very long. Here in France, we just talked about that. We kept on talking about that, and it was a really important moment of awareness about rape culture. And I'm very relieved today to see that they are condemned.
Yeah. How has she been viewed in France? We're sitting here this morning, including with a British barrister. We're all staggered at how composed she can remain during this.
Yeah, Gisele Pelicot is nowadays seen as the heroine in France because she got this bravery to make everything public because she wanted to really spread awareness about what happened to her to make sure that it won't happen again to another woman. And we can also talk about the bravery of her family, of her daughter Caroline Darion, that we heard a lot also. Like this family is really heroic.
I hear you. We're going to wait for, apparently we will only hear the sentencing after all 51 verdicts have been handed down by the justices in the court, Anna. We're hearing also that the biggest amount of time that Dominique Pelicot could spend in prison would be 20 years. Do you have a view on that?
No, actually, in France, you can't go in jail for your whole life for real, because like he will be sentenced the maximal possible sentence, but that's all. But he is already old. It will be long, so.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us, Anna. We very much appreciate you taking the time. We will continue to monitor these verdicts as they are handed down. If you're just tuning our way, we are referring to Gisele Pelicot. She arrived at court about half an hour ago, surrounded by her 3 adult children, to hear the verdict on her now ex-husband, Dominique Pelicot, who had admitted drugging his wife, and then allowing potentially up to 80 men to rape his wife. He then kept all of those videos and shared them on websites. He also, apart from being found guilty of that, as you just see the clock go through to 9 o'clock here on The Breakfast Show on Sky, he's also been found guilty of recording images of Gisele while she was drugged. Also illegal images of others as well, and suggestions of an offence connected to 2 other women. We need to get more information on that. Nobody better to do that for us than Siobhan, who's standing by outside the court for us right now. So, Siobhan, just bring us up to speed on what we do know so far.
So what we know so far is that the main defendant, if you like, in this case, Dominique Pelicot, the man who admitted drugging and raping his wife Gisele for almost a decade and inviting strangers to come to their house and rape her as well, has been found guilty of aggravated rape. He's been found guilty of illegal broadcast of images of Gisele Pelicot, guilty of recording images of Gisele Pelicot, and guilty of recording images of 2 other women. Now, as well as him, we are also getting really fast and furiously now guilty verdicts coming in for some of the other men. So Jean-Pierre M., the man called the Disciple, who actually isn't accused of raping Gisele but was taught how to drug and rape his own wife, has been found guilty of raping his own wife 12 times. Charlie A. has been found guilty. He was the youngest defendant in this trial. He was accused of raping Gisele 6 times, including on the evening of her birthday. Christian L. found guilty. Cyril D. found guilty. He was a tradesman accused of raping Gisele Pelicot once at the house in 2019. Jack C. found guilty. Nicholas F. found guilty. That's a journalist, Nicholas F., accused of raping Gisele once at the house in 2018. Lionel R. guilty, Florian R. guilty, Simone M. guilty, Patrice N. guilty, and all of these men are guilty of aggravated rape so far. Cyprian C. guilty, Matteo D. guilty, Quentin H. guilty, Cyril B. guilty, Nazir H. guilty. Now, he was unemployed, and it's interesting to note, actually, that while there wasn't a clear link between these men, the majority of them live within a 40-mile radius of Massan. And actually, the majority of them had jobs. The majority of them had families. Some of them were fathers. I spoke to a psychologist about this recently, and she was saying that these men, like Dominique Pelicot, were living a double life. On one side, they were the upstanding members of society, the journalist, for example, who's been found guilty, and then on the family men. And on the other side, they were going onto this website, going into a chat room without her knowledge, which is what it was called, and then signing up to go to Dominique Pelicot's house and rape his wife. More guilties. We haven't had any not guilty yet as they come in.
I see that there have been a significant number. Is it 20 that we've seen so far, all guilty, waiting for 51 verdicts in total? Lots of people waiting outside. I'm guessing many of them are not journalists. There's a lot of anger you were telling us about earlier on, Siobhan, and to that end, there's a lot of security around the courtroom today.
Yes, that's right. Behind me, and you can see on your screens, people standing at the gates there, one of them holding that huge banner that says, "Thank you for your courage, your bravery, Gisele Pelicot." And the women have been cheering and clapping as she came in. When they've seen defendants, they've been booing them and shouting at them as they came in. And many of these women actually have been coming here to support Gisele over the last 4 months. And I think that must have given her so much strength to walk in every day, because she has attended this trial every single day that it's sat. Of course, she had the choice not to, but she has come and been dignified and sat in that courtroom and looked the men accused and now many found guilty of raping her in the eye every single day. And she said at the end of the trial, which is really interesting, this is a trial of cowardice. None of you went to check. None of you raised the alarm. None of you asked if I was okay, and you all had that chance. Now, the guilty verdicts continue to come in. Karim S. guilty, Roden A. guilty. And as I say, the majority of these that are coming in at the moment are for rape, aggravated rape. Gisele is looking at every defendant as they stand and listening to the verdict as well. So she's clearly focused on the men that she's seen in these videos attacking her, that she only found out had attacked her because the police showed her. She's now watching as justice is delivered to the first half of these men, at least. As you say, 51 verdicts we're waiting for, and they're coming out fast.
Yeah. Dr. Charlotte is with us still. Dr. Charlotte Proudman, barrister at Goldsmith Chambers. French media calling it a verdict for the future.
Yes, I mean, I hope it is a verdict for the future, and I hope that this signals that men who rape women will not get away with it, and they will be found guilty and they will be sentenced. I know we're waiting on what the sentencing is going to be. And I also hope that it signals that women will be believed as well when they take the courageous, brave step to report, rather than treat them with a great deal of suspicion and treat them as if they're the ones on trial, which at times I have to say we did see in the Gisele Pelicot case, where she said herself, you know, she felt that she was being put on trial as if she was a defendant. And of course, she's a victim of some of the most harrowing crimes that I think we've ever heard of.
What's your view on those that have been raped and have to go to court, saying, you know what, I don't want to be anonymous because it will mean that stories like this, you know, will reverberate around the world. If she hadn't said no to relieving her anonymity, then I'm guessing it would have been a very different case.
It would. It would have been a very different case, wouldn't it? And we probably wouldn't have anywhere near as much media attention, and she wouldn't have been held up as an icon and a heroine in the way that she has, because we wouldn't be able to have an image of her. We wouldn't know who she is. We wouldn't know a name. She'd probably be known by either a pseudonym or a letter. There is now, I think, a growing movement of women in this country that are waiving and forgoing their right to anonymity, often not during the trial, but after a conviction for rape. And I'm thinking of a number of different women who've done that, such as Ali Wilson. Jade Blue is another woman, and they waived their right to anonymity to speak out about what they had been through, whether in the police stage of reporting in Jade Blue's case, and then going through what she did to make sure that she secured some sort of justice after a sexsomnia defence was raised on his behalf, wrongly so, or in Ellie Wilson's case where her rapist was actually convicted. And as a result of them speaking out, I think it's attracted more light and understanding in terms of what victims go through. But I'm also conscious as well of the backlash that they have suffered, and they've spoken out about that, and very many other rape victims. And you think, how can rape victims suffer a backlash? But of course they do. Unfortunately, online you get a lot of misogyny, even death threats, rape threats, to do that to them all over again, because how dare they speak out about the trauma and tragedy that they have suffered. So again, with light can come darkness, but if more women felt able and strong enough, and of course I appreciate the circumstances, vary for different women, but to be able to speak out, I think
Georgia Harrison as well.
Absolutely. I mean, so courageous. But it does, I think, signal a big change in society, because we say these are women who've been raped. They're not outliers. They often are average, normal women in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 70s in Pelicot's case. It happens to all of us, I'm afraid to say, whether it's sexual harassment at one end of the spectrum, whether it's the catcalling, inverted commas, on the street, or rape at the other end of the spectrum, we all as women will suffer some form of violence against us in everyday life.
I believe that she, Madame Pelicot, is staring in the eye every single one of these men that stand up when they hear their fate. Siobhan, where are we up to now?
We've got 33 verdicts by my count, all of them guilty. I'm actually joined now by French broadcaster Agnès Poirier, and I wanted to talk to you about how this has affected France, because looking at these verdicts coming in, guilty, 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 against a mixture of men from a range of age groups. We know they were ranged from in their 20s to their 70s. The majority had jobs. How has it affected France that this wide group of men seem to have been involved in this sordid crime with no clear link between them?
Well, it is extremely, profoundly affecting, because we're talking about potentially our colleagues, our brothers, our fathers, our uncles, our friends. We're talking, the range, the youngest being 22 at the time, 74. Most of them are, according to psychologists, normal people, inverted commas, with an average intelligence, no problem in their life. I mean, a quarter of them had a difficult childhood, but they are family men, they are well integrated, they have friends, they have jobs, and yet they were there in that bedroom. And there are so many answers there are so many questions we will never get answers for. And Gisele Pelicot, went every day to get explanations. But how come, normal men finding themselves in front of that inert woman, unconscious woman, stayed, and as Gisele Pelicot's lawyer said, the question is not why you were there, but why you stayed.
I think that's a really good point that's just been made there by Agnès, that many of these men said, I didn't know it was rape, but time and again, Gisele Pelicot in different ways has made the point in this trial. When you walked into that room, you saw a motionless woman. You didn't stop to ask. You could have left. You could have said, this feels wrong. You could have waved a red flag to the police, but none of them did. And that is why she is so angry. Of course, in addition to the fact that these horrendous crimes have been carried out against her, but also the idea that she didn't recognise any of these men. There was one person she said that she'd seen in passing in the bakery, but she knew none of these men, yet they felt it was within their right to come to her home, the place she felt safe, and rape her while she was basically unconscious.
Okay, Siobhan, stay with us, but we want to bring it back to Dr. Charlotte here in the studio for a moment. What do you think this says about rape culture across France? Because these 50 men were so easily attracted by Dominique Pelicot.
Well, I think it says a lot about rape culture generally, including in this country as well. It's how prevalent rape is, that some men do want to rape drugged women, and it's something that they not only, I suppose, fantasize about, but will actually take steps to search out online. And I find it extraordinary to hear men say, I didn't know that was rape Well, if you didn't know that was rape, what on earth is rape? If you're on a website which is all about drugging and raping women such that they don't know that's happening to them and you're getting sexual gratification from it, or where you think that a woman's consent can be given through her husband in a context where you never speak to her, then you should not be having sex because you clearly don't understand consent.
Siobhan, we are waiting until the end of all 51 verdicts, and then we'll hear what the sentencing is.
Yes, that's right. We know that prosecutors have been very clear that they want more than 600 years in total for all of the 51 men who are involved in this trial. They've asked for the toughest sentence of 20 years to be given to Dominique Pelicot. They've also asked for a tough sentence of 17 years to be handed down to Jean-Pierre M., which is the man called his disciple, who isn't accused of raping Gisele Pelicot, but learnt how to drug and rape his own wife from Dominique Pelicot, and then a various range of other sentences being requested, ranging from 4 years and, as I said, up to the top of 20 years. We're getting towards the end. There are more coming in now. Mohammed R. guilty, Ludwig B. guilty, Patrick A. guilty. Just to go back to some of the men who've already been found guilty, one of them, Charlie A., he was the youngest defendant, 22 at the time when he started going to the Pelicot's house. He raped Gisele 6 times, including on her birthday. We also have Andy R. found guilty. He raped Gisele Pelicot on New Year's Eve. Among the others who have been found guilty so far, we've got a journalist, we've got a salesman, tradesman. It's a mix of people from different backgrounds here that are in court. What the prosecutors have called Mr. Everyman, because they're from so many different backgrounds. Most have jobs, most have families, and it appears most were living a double life.
Siobhan, I'm just looking, Hassan O. guilty, but he's currently on the run, believed to be in Morocco, the only one of the 51 defendants not to give evidence. Why are these men being afforded the courtesy of anonymity?
Because it's the legal system. And so even though many here would feel, why do they have the right when they are accused of such heinous crimes? It's justice system. So until you are found guilty, you are innocent until proven guilty, as we all know. And that's the same system here in France. So they are afforded protection, which involves us being allowed to say their first name but not their surnames. Also, it's for protection of their families, because this has been such a high-profile case. You can imagine how many people might feel that it would be appropriate for them to try and meter out their own revenge. That's something, of course, that the justice system, the police, do not want to happen. And so that's some of the reasons why they make sure that we only say the first name and the initial of the men on trial here.
OK. Blandine Develon, founder of Les Amazons d'Avignon, is with us. As you listen to these guilty verdicts coming in, Blandine, what are your thoughts?
Justice has to be done, and it's normal. These men are rapists, so they are found guilty to be rapists. So now we want them to go to jail for a very, very, very long time. And we want society to be protected from these men.
We were still waiting to hear what that conviction will look like for each of the men. How important has it been for Madame Pelicot that she waived, or not just for her, but for the whole trial, that she waived her right to anonymity?
Yes. As a victim, she had the right to have a private trial, but she chose to have a public process, that everything will be public, and she asked for everything to be public. And it's very important because we could see the videos and all the evidences, and the public and the media could see everything. And that's why she made...
If I can just stop you there, Blandine, please. Yes. Monsieur Pelicot has been sentenced to the maximum 20 years for Monsieur Pelicot. Let's bring in Siobhan. Siobhan, hi.
Hi, yes. So they've gone through all of the men so far. Every verdict I've seen is guilty. They're now going through the sentences. Monsieur Pelicot, Dominique Pelicot, asked to stand. He's condemned to 20 years in prison. This is a man who is already 72 years old. It would mean that he would stay in prison until he's 92 years old. He's already suffering from health complaints. It is very likely that he will die in prison. They are now continuing. Jean-Pierre M., the so-called disciple, found guilty, 12 years in prison for him. Now, they had actually asked for 17 years in prison, but he's been given 12 years, according to my colleagues in court. Charlie A. is the next one who will be handed his sentence. Just a reminder that he was 22 when he started, when he met Dominique Pelicot and was accused and found guilty of raping Gisele Pelicot 6 times, including on her birthday. Now, his defence was that he didn't know, that she hadn't given consent, that he was very naive, that he'd been manipulated by Dominique Pelicot, who assured him that this was actually the couple's fantasy, and that she was very timid. Now, he has been given to 5 years in prison. 3 years of those have been suspended. So let me just update that. This is for Jacques C., who's been found guilty. He has been given 5 years in prison, 3 years suspended. Charlie A., who I was telling you about just then, the man who's accused of raping Gisele 6 times, still to receive his sentence. Another person, Cyril D., has just been sentenced to 8 years in prison. So the sentences that coming down, the prosecution had asked for sentences between 4 years which was for the person who is accused of aggravated sexual assault, and up to 20 years for Dominique Pelicot. We now know that Dominique Pelicot has been sentenced to that maximum 20 years, which the prosecution requested.
We've spent much of this time, haven't we, shaking our heads at all of these sentences that have come through, and we've seen, Siobhan, the protests that have been sparked because of this case. There will be a lot of soul-searching in the days and the weeks following this. But will there be a question about France perhaps updating their rape law?
Well, I think there has been no inquiry.
There definitely will be a question, because it's a question that's already being asked. You go to those protests, as I have in Paris, and some of the women there are saying we need to change our laws. We have to add consent to the rape law because it isn't in it at the moment. And certainly Gisele Pelicot, by choosing to waive her right to anonymity, has pushed these discussions about rape and drugging to the highest echelons of society. And it is something that is being discussed by ministers. And actually some changes have already been brought in. For example, better test kits for victims of drug and rape attacks. So they are making changes. But I'm going to bring in Agnès Poirier, who is with me now. You're a broadcaster. You can tell us more about this. Do you feel that already changes are happening or being discussed as a result of this trial in terms of how rape victims are treated and knowledge around rape and drugging and rape?
Yes, of course. I mean, this was actually the reason why Gisele Pelicot waived her anonymity, is that she wanted, I mean, there will be before and after Gisele Pelicot in that. I think a lot of trials for rape will now be public, just to expose the rapist to start with, so that, you know, what she said, shame must change sides, actually take place in French society. But you were talking about the law. I mean, it's interesting because we've come a very long way, and it gets revised, you know, very regularly. There was a very important historical trial case, rape case in 1974 near here by another Gisèle Halimi, who is a very well-known feminist lawyer. And at the time, rape was a public indecency misdemeanor in 1974, and she represented 2 Belgian women who had been raped by 3 men while camping, and they waived also their right to anonymity. And, you know, she changed the law. That trial changed the law, and it's the same now that we have this question of consent. A lot of feminists are actually divided on the issue, because should the victim show and prove that she didn't consent, or should it be to the alleged rapist to show that there was express consent? I mean, it's a very important, thing. So there is a lot of discussion, but it's bound to happen.
And we've just got some more sentences just to bring you. So Charlie A., who we were waiting for before, the man who was the youngest defendant, who was found guilty of raping Gisele Pelicot 6 times, including on her birthday. He's been given a 13-year sentence. So far of the sentences that we've got handed down, and this is a working through all of the defendants, so this could change, but we've got Dominique Pelicot with the maximum sentence, 20 years. That's expected. That obviously is the highest sentence. And then we've got Charlie A., the next highest sentence so far, 13 years. And then we've got Jean-Pierre M., 12 years. He was the disciple not accused of raping Gisele Pelicot, instead being taught by Dominique Pelicot how to drug and rape his own wife. We've talked a lot about how this has influenced women and made women really take to the streets to talk about rape. How are men reacting to this case in France?
Well, it's been very interesting to see because I mean, we have the films, we have the videos that Dominique Pelicot did. So it makes it a very, very powerful case because we have evidence, and it's something that very often lack in cases of rape, lack of evidence, lack of material evidence. But this time, this man, this rapist, actually archived, documented his perversity. So, it's for everyone to see. That's why when, the 50 accused men, most of them denied the facts. It was just incredible for people to see. It's going to change things radically in France, but not only in France. I think it goes beyond. That's why, it's a universal case. That's why it's so important, also because of the ordinariness of both the accused and Gisele Pelicot said, I'm a pensioner, I'm a normal, ordinary woman, and therefore this is what's happened to me is likely to happen to other women, and I want this to stop.
I think that's a really good point that Agnès has just made. This, of course, isn't just sending reverberations across France, but around the world. Really a moment for people to stand back and say, do we need to look at our rape laws? Is enough being done? Is shame still being put on the victim? Something that Gisele Pelicot is very clear to underline. Shame must change sides, and we're hearing now the verdicts and the sentences coming in for the men who have been found guilty of raping or sexually assaulting her.
Thank you, Siobhan. For people just tuning our way, we are receiving the verdicts of the men who have now been convicted of raping Madame Pelicot. She has been brave throughout. She waived her right to anonymity, and the verdicts and the length of time they are spending in jail. It's taking a while. There were 51 of them who abused this woman time after time. Monsieur Pelicot, guilty of aggravated rape against Gisele Pelicot, guilty of illegal broadcast of images of Gisele Pelicot, guilty of recording images of Gisele Pelicot, guilty of recording images of 2 other women. Jean-Pierre M., guilty, 12 years in prison. Jacques C., guilty, 5 years in prison with 3 years suspended. Cyril D., guilty, 8 years in prison. Charlie A., guilty, 13 years in prison. He raped Madame Pelicot 6 times, including on her birthday and on Christmas Day. Let's just let that sink in. Christian L., guilty, 9 years in prison. Nicholas F., guilty, 8 years in prison. Lionel R., guilty, 8 years in prison. All men have been found guilty, waiting for the sentencing on the others. One of them will be in absentia. He is still on the run, thought to be in Morocco. thoughts on the length of time that they've been sentenced to?
Well, not nearly enough, given the gravity of the crimes that they've committed against Gisele Pelicot. I mean, question whether that really is justice when you're serving either 1 or 2 years in prison for each rape that you've perpetrated, to the extent that it'll have profound lifelong consequences for Gisele. Charlie A., who you mentioned, he was one of the, I think, the youngest or one of the youngest. 22. That had raped Gisele Pelicot. And I was reading about him in particular, and there was a conversation that took place that was recorded between him and Dominique Pelicot, and they were talking about raping Charlie A.'s mother. And then Dominique, in fact, gave Charlie A. Sedatives, I think wrapped in some foil, so that he could drug Charlie A.'s mother, and then they could both presumably rape her. Of course, he wasn't convicted of this, but it formed part of the picture that we heard play out in court and indeed in the media. And whilst they deny, I believe, raping the mother, in fact, when they did, I think it was hair strand testing, drug testing on Charlie A.'s mother, in fact, they did identify that there were sedatives in her system, even though she said herself she had taken no sedatives. So when you start digging in to every single defendant in terms of what their background history is and whether they have potentially drugged and raped other women, I think we start to see what a significant systemic issue this actually is.
Dr. Sharp, this would have been a very different case if we hadn't had all of the video footage, if Gisele Pelicot decided to remain away from the screen, anonymous. And that's quite telling, isn't it, for women who will be going through something similar to come to the forefront and bring that case and to fight it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this really is, I think, you know, it's clearly a groundbreaking case. It's one that's going to go down in history. And whether Gisele Pelicot, I think, likes it or not, she is an icon. One of those reasons, as you say, is because of the great deal of footage that the police discovered on the hard drive of Dominique Pelicot, in contrast to very many other cases where it's a he said, she said. She says that he raped her, and then ultimately often it's seen that the burden is put on her to prove that he did that to her. And I know France is really looking at changing their laws concerning this, but without that footage it's very difficult sometimes to prove that rape has taken place. We don't have any third-party evidence, don't have any corroborating evidence, often no photographs, no videos. This case is extraordinary because it was all laid out there to bear, and the whole world was able to see it to the extent that it was played out in court, I think, for the first time. Very unusual. Initially, I think the judge had actually refused that request and then re-looked at that request later on during the trial and allowed it so the video footage could be played out, and those, of course, that were in court could see it, and then it was reported in other forms in the mainstream media. I suppose what I'm concerned about is potential other people jumping on the bandwagon, those people that already perhaps have a fantasy of drugging and raping women, because clearly it's quite a prolific one within certain groups of men online, whether they're going to carry out such incidents and look for other ways of being united on the dark web. And it does happen here. You know, I've worked on cases involving women that were raped in their sleep, wives, those that said that they have been drugged by their husbands and raped. I represented Kate Knighton, who was a member of Parliament, her name then Kate Griffiths, who said that she had been raped at the time. Her husband, Andrew Griffiths, member of Parliament, in fact a minister, even involved in the upskirting bill himself, which was pioneered by Gina Martin, a feminist activist. Meanwhile, he was raping his wife behind closed doors. I represented her in the family court and she secured those findings. But as you rightly touched on, that was a highly unusual case, just like Gisele Pelicot, in that both of their identities were made public so that we can talk about this now and draw on parallels. But how many other such cases like that are there out there? And I think all too often I've heard women say this to me in court, that, well, we were married. you know, when they're describing to me their husband raping them whilst they were asleep, we were married, as if that becomes normalised or it becomes acceptable. And we need to change those cultural, I think, norms around what is permissible in the bedroom, because quite clearly without affirmative consent, and by that I mean welcome, wanted, mutual, respectful sex, if that's not present, then there's either a grey area or it's very clearly rape, and our legal system needs to wake up to that fact, as indeed do the police.
It's just after 9:30. We should say, just make the point that Andrew Griffiths, both politicians, one of them very different to the other one. In just a second, we will be returning to hear from Siobhan as more convictions and the length of sentence continue to be read out by the judges in court. But the top line for us this morning, Gisele Pelicot's husband, sentenced to the maximum 20 years in prison for her rape and other allegations against him as well. Back to Siobhan in a second, but first, let's bring in David Chazan, a journalist based in Paris. Hello to you, David. What impact has this case had on France?
Well, I think it's had an enormous impact, but feminist campaigners say the media should have given it more prominent coverage. You know, imagine if a case like this had been in Britain, it would have been front page news for weeks and weeks. That hasn't always been the case in France. And, you know, I'm now looking at one of the French news channels, and they're going rolling on it. So they've got continuous live coverage of the verdicts and outside the court as this takes place. But there is a feeling that France has been reluctant to confront what Gisele Pelicot called in her testimony to the court its patriarchal macho society, and the way that it's tended to normalise rape and minimise the consequences of rape on the lives of many, many women. And we've seen that France has had a kind of a Me Too moment. There have been a number of showbiz personalities, including the film star Gérard Depardieu, accused of rape. He has not stood trial yet. He denies all the allegations against him. But many people were outraged when President Macron seemed to be defending him during a TV interview, in which Macron said he's one of our greatest artists and we have to assume he's innocent until he's convicted, which legally is true, but it didn't play well in the court of public opinion. So what campaigners are hoping is that this is going to be a watershed moment for the way France handles allegations of rape. I mean, this is a country that only introduced a minimum age of consent a few years ago. And there's been a feeling that French men have just tended to dismiss cases like this as relatively unimportant in the past.
I know that you've written, David, about the effect this trial has had on the rest of the Pelicot family.
Yeah, well, it's completely shattered them, and they're in court this morning. They're listening to the verdicts and the sentences being read out now. And in particular, I mean, Gisele and Dominique Pelicot's two sons, David and Florian, and their daughter Caroline, have all testified to the trial, saying how this has wrecked their lives. It's caused divorce, it's caused them professional problems, and one of their two sons has demanded angrily during the trial that Dominique Pelicot come clean about whether he also abused one of his grandchildren, who was only 3 at the time, and that boy, now 18, is also in court. And perhaps some of the worst impacts that this has had on the family have been to Gisele Pelicot's daughter, Caroline. She is convinced that she suffered similar treatment to her mother, and she has also demanded during the trial that Dominique Pellicot come clean about that. He's denied it, but he has been found guilty of filming both her and his two daughters-in-law without their knowledge while they were sleeping.
One of Pellicot's sons, Florian, said that he was going to undergo a DNA test because he didn't know if Dominique Pellicot was his father, and he said it would be unbelievable relief if it was proven that this man was not his father. I don't know even how to ask this. How does someone come to terms with that level of betrayal to the extent that you hope that someone is not your father?
It must be absolutely awful. It's difficult to comprehend, isn't it? And he said during his testimony, he spoke directly to his father, who was in the dock, and said to him, how am I going to rebuild my life now? How are any of us going to put our lives back together after what you've done to us? Because this was a man they looked up to, and who was viewed even by Gisele Pelicot herself, his ex-wife, as a model husband and father. This is the man she was married to for 50 years. And right up until the police showed her the footage they found on his computer after they arrested him trying to film up the skirts of women at a local supermarket, she still thought that she was in love with him, and she was praising him for taking her to doctor's appointments for problems that she now knows were caused by these repeated rapes by dozens of men whom he recruited at an online forum. So it's really, I think this is something that will stay with this family forever.
Just a final thought. We want to go back to Siobhan in just a second, but just a final thought. These actions cannot have been carried out by somebody who is of sound mind. I'm guessing that will be a part defence when they decide where he is going to spend his next 20 years. But I assume he will go to a normal jail.
Yeah, I think it's clear that he will go to a normal jail. He's already been examined by psychologists appointed by the court. The only mitigation really is his statement that he himself was raped and suffered abuse as a child. That could be seen as some sort of mitigating factor. But Gisele Pelicot addressed that in her testimony and said, while she accepts that that damaged him, she did her best to provide him with a normal family life. And she certainly feels that he made his own decisions about his actions, and he certainly didn't have to do what he did.
David, thank you for your expertise on this topic. Thank you. Siobhan is joining us again as the details continue to come through. Siobhan, I'm just saying 47 men guilty of rape, 2 guilty of attempted rape, 2 guilty of sexual assault.
That's right. As you say, the sentence is coming through. Just to recap where we are, Dominique Pellicot, the former husband of Gisele Pelicot, who admitted drugging and raping her over almost a decade and inviting other men to the house to rape her as well, has been given the longest sentence of 20 years. He's 72 now. It means he will likely die in jail. And actually in court earlier in the proceedings of the trial, his daughter shouted at him, "You will die alone like a dog in jail." He's begged for their forgiveness. That will not come. Other sentences which have been handed down: 12 years to Jean-Pierre M., who is the disciple that was taught by Dominique Pellicot how to drug and rape his own wife. Charlie A., sentenced to 13 years in prison. He was found guilty of raping Gisele Pelicot 6 times, the youngest defendant in the trial, 22 at the time when it started, when he started meeting Dominique. And one of those rapes, we're told, took place on Gisele's birthday. 8 years for Nicholas F., more coming in as well. 10 years for Yuan K. Now, I think what's really important as we go through this, let's just remind people a bit more about the background of this case if they're just tuning in now. What we're hearing today is the verdicts and the sentences in the case of this mass rape trial, which has really gripped France and the world. And this was the case of Dominique Pelicot, who I've explained was married to Gisele Pelicot. They lived in Provence in a pretty little village called Mazan, but for 10 years he'd been drugging and raping her and inviting strangers to the home to do the same. Now 50 men, in addition to Dominique Pelicot, were on trial accused of rape and sexual assault. Around 2/3 of them denied the charges, but today all of them have been found guilty in some way or another. So we know the court's has found 47 men guilty of rape, 2 guilty of attempted rape and 2 guilty of sexual assault. And I think the scale of this case is exceptionally harrowing, but so too is the planning that Dominique Pelicot put into abusing the woman he still maintains that he loves. He asked men not to wear fragrances when they came to the house to rape her so that she wouldn't smell any trace of them in the house. He asked them to park around the corner so that the neighbours weren't alerted or she wouldn't hear the car. He asked one man to warm his hands on the radiator. One of the men who has been found guilty today and sentenced actually drove to their holiday home after being invited by Dominique Pelicot and raped Gisele while she'd been sedated while they were on holiday. Another person has been found guilty of raping her on New Year's Eve. It really is utterly harrowing, the extent of these crimes and the fact that he documented them so meticulously. 20,000 indecent images found by the police. You put into files that he'd named called Abuse, one of these files called Abuse, and many of the videos when the police looked at them showing a range of men attacking one woman who lay motionless. That is 72-year-old Gisele Pelicot, a mother of 3, a grandmother of 7, who believed until 2020 that her husband was the perfect man. And then she was pulled into a police station and shown by officers 1 photo, 2 photo, and on the 3rd photo she said, stop, because they showed her evidence that the man she trusted was actually a rapist and she was his main victim.
Joseph C., I see, is guilty of sexual assault, 3 years in prison, but could possibly walk free?
Yes, we'll need to get more on those details from the team in the court, because as I've explained, we've got a team in the court, team out here. The possibly walk free could be because this trial has been going, people were arrested a few years ago. Some may have already served the sentence while they're waiting for it. So that could be why they could walk free now, but I don't want to jump the gun and explain something that we don't know the facts for. So we'll wait for the team in court for that. But that's the kind of reason why someone might not have more sentence to serve, because they've already served it in the run up to the trial.
38 sentences now have been handed down by the court. Somebody who won't be there to hear his sentence, although he has been found guilty, is Hassan O.
Yeah, so he is on the run. He is the person who everyone else turned up in court, were picked up by the police, but he actually is being sentenced in absentia because he hasn't been caught. And I think another important thing to remind people of is, yes, there are 50 men in court being sentenced today, but there are a suspected around 30 other men who were in the images on those videos that police found who haven't yet been identified. And to remind people at home that the majority of the people who have been identified and are now on trial, they come from around a 40-mile radius. They are from a range of backgrounds, but they're local. So there's a real suspicion that the 30 others who've been caught on these videos but haven't yet been found or identified could be in the local area as well.
OK, I'm just hearing there that Hassan O has been sentenced to 12 years in his absence, and we are looking from time to time inside the courtroom, because we are expecting Madame Pelicot to make a statement after this business is finished.
Yes, that's right. She has been very courageous throughout and has thanked the lines of people who every day have stood across the road where I am now and applauded as she arrived. And it really is a matter of the crimes being devastating and horrific beyond words. So instead they showed their support by clapping. And she's gone in every day to look these men in the eye, and I think this will be her opportunity, after addressing the court on several occasions actually, and saying, for example, the background about how she was tricked by Dominique, for example, and how he used to bring her favourite food and she thought he was being supportive and kind, but actually he was just doing it to drug her. And at the end saying that this was a trial of cowardice, and that really the men should feel extremely guilty for never stopping, for never asking. So I think this will be her moment, not just to thank the public and the support that she's got, but also to give her own verdict, possibly, on the men that she's been looking in the face today in court.
OK, Siobhan, Dr. Charlotte here in the studio. This is a day of reckoning for France and how they deal with rape cases. Your reflections on that?
Yes, I mean, I think that they need to update their laws when it comes to rape legislation. They need a clear definition of consent, and instead of it being put on the victim to prove that she didn't consent to having sex with a man, I think that the onus should in fact be put on him, and he should have to show what steps he has taken to ensure that she does consent. Because we saw in this case men saying, well, I didn't know that Gisele Pelicot didn't want to have sex with me because her husband told me that she was consenting. It was all a ruse, it was all a game. You know, she pretended either to be sedated or she consented to being sedated such that this stranger could have sexual intercourse with her and therefore rape her. I think France needs to update its legislation. I would like to see what we call an affirmative-based model on consent. So yes means yes in this country as well, and it's something that I've been campaigning for with my organisation Right to Equality, which campaigns to change the law for women and girls, and in fact it was spearheaded by Emily Atack, the actor, to introduce yes means yes. So for a woman to consent, you know, she's expected or encouraged, in fact, to give some sort of verbal communication of wanting to have sex, rather than a man assuming because she's there, because she's lying there, she's therefore up for it, you know, that she is consenting by virtue of the fact she hasn't said no. I think we need to move away from that. And of course, we recognise how prevalent rape culture is in all of our societies. So we need a strong law that holds rapists accountable.
Siobhan's still with us. Siobhan, as I was saying to our viewers a few moments ago, we are expecting Madame Pelicot to speak shortly. We saw her arrive a couple of hours or so ago. Now she was surrounded by her adult children who have suffered so much as well at the hands of their father. One of them, Florian, in court saying, how are we supposed to be able to recover from this? He also said during the hearing that he was undergoing a DNA test, and the level of relief, if it was proven that this man was not his father, would be immense. When she arrived at court, she was calm. She was smiling. This lady is 71 years old, and this was her day of justice after being completely destroyed by who she thought was the perfect husband.
That's exactly right. And she's actually, this case has taken so long, she's actually just turned 72. And she has said, despite the dignity in which she has arrived in court day after day and spoken to court and had to face really difficult, probing questions from the defence. At one point, one of the defence lawyers suggested if the men didn't know it was rape, then is it really rape? And she said in reply to him, rape is rape. She said that she's a destroyed woman, that she's getting support and therapy and she goes for long walks, but it might just take the rest of her life to rebuild, and actually she may never recover. But I think she is such a beacon of hope and strength. And actually I'm with the broadcaster Agnès Poirier. Who is Gisele Pelicot and what does she mean to France now?
Well, she's an extraordinary woman.
Okay, so I'm hearing that in just a few... I'm sorry about that, Siobhan. Just hearing that in just a few moments we should see Madame Pelicot. The hearing has now been completed. And as a result, her husband will be spending the next 20 years behind bars. Several other men that also were found guilty of rape could be spent not as much as 20 years, but 12 years, varying amounts of time. And as I said, it looks as though the judges... Not one of the judges, do you think? One of the court ushers,
communication if you'd like to take one of these, if anybody's interested. There's not enough for everybody. It's not much.
Il n'y a pas la Normandie ou Brest ou... Tenez, allez, tenez. Merci beaucoup.
Go ahead, take it. Thank you very much. Thanks.
This would be one of the clerks of the court, just explaining.
Usher explaining what sentences have been handed down. I wonder if on the paper the names of the men, albeit the acronyms or the...
They're not using their surnames.
They're not using their
keeping
surname.
their anonymity.
I see. So that, I have to say, I do find that extraordinary that these men are able to keep their anonymity. I mean, of course, in this country, they wouldn't have anonymity. They'd all be named and identified, and indeed these men, in my view, should be. They've committed some of the most horrendous crimes imaginable, and they should be identified with their names and their photographs. Goodness gracious, especially when you see the victim has waived her right to anonymity and the amount of strength and bravery she has shown. Why should they be cowards hiding behind their first name and a letter for their surname? So I wonder whether that piece of paper is setting out their names as we know them and the sentences that they have been given. I don't know, but I'm curious to see what's in there.
And we will hear from Gisele Pelicot in the next few moments and hear from her, but she will go down as an inspiration for victims who don't want to stand in the shame of what happened to them.
Yes, I mean, I think she will. I mean, I feel quite emotional, actually,
Me too,
thinking about what she's going to say when she comes out of those doors. I have a tear in my eye thinking about it because, you know, she stands, I think, on so many other women's shoulders who have suffered rape, you know, decades, even centuries ago, and they themselves have tried to seek justice and in doing so have carved out a legal system which should be able to respond in the way that we see for Gisele Pelicot and ensuring that justice is done. And here she comes, I hope, with her team.
So a few of those that have helped and supported her throughout, including her 3 adult children.
Yes.
That, as you said, I think that is her daughter, isn't it? One that feels that she was also abused by her father, but there've been no proof of that. So he hasn't been charged with that, I don't think.
No, but we know that, and that is indeed a fact that came out in the trial, that there was a folder which was discovered on his hard drive, his computer, identifying photographs of his daughter, images which she says included her in her underwear, I think half naked or with some sort of underwear that she didn't recognise, which she says made her believe that he indeed had potentially drugged, raped or sexually assaulted, abused her, and that she said that he will die alone and that he should tell her what happened. I can't imagine how horrific that must be for Gisele Pelicot's daughter, imagining what her father may or may not have done to her and living with the consequence of not knowing.
And some suggestions about abuse of grandchildren as well.
Yes,
they're not confirmed,
and indeed also the wives of his sons. Apparently, his son, I think there was suggested that there were video cameras put up in concealed locations to record them without their permission, without their consent, of course, without their knowledge. Just really, it's unimaginable what was going on behind closed doors, and no one, of course, knew about any of this. Gisele didn't know, the children didn't know. And it just goes to show that we should never imagine, I think, and we should never, I think, treat people with such a degree of scepticism because you haven't seen it, therefore it can't have happened. Even those that are living, as indeed Gisele thought, in a very happy, loving marriage, actually had no idea that her husband was drugging and raping and inviting other men to do so. It's thought, in fact, although over 50 men are on trial, that actually it runs into over 100 men, I think even 200 men, that have been committing sexual acts on her. And I don't know whether other men eventually will be brought to justice, but it just goes to show that this is the tip of the iceberg.
What will be happening now? We've seen her children leave. She'll be having some moments with her barrister. What do you think her barrister would be saying, just explaining to her what's going to happen when she comes outside?
Yes, I suspect he'll be preparing her for what's next, what's to come. Probably talking about what she may or may not say to the press. Of course, any discussions that she has with her legal team, at least in this country, consider them to be legally privileged, so she can't necessarily come out and say, my lawyer said this, that and the other to me, because that's confidential between her and her team. But no doubt she'll want to send out a strong message to the public and to rape survivors that have been watching this in utter admiration for her, and no doubt learning more about the process as it's gone on.
And those that violated her in the most disgusting fashion will have been taken down to serve their sentences?
Yes, they will. And certainly those that are still due to serve their sentences. Of course, we don't know how many are actually going to walk free, either because they've already served their time or they may have received a suspended sentence. I don't think we're clear about that yet, and we know at least one of those individuals is, I believe, not even in the country, Hassan.
Yeah.
And so whether he will eventually evade justice, I don't know.
Yeah. So Dominique Pelicot, 72 years old, has confessed to all the charges against him and admitted he mixed sedatives into the food and drink of his wife. 50 others who stood with him in an adjoining glass dock also found guilty of their charges. We'll hear from Marie Pelicot in just a moment. It's 10 o'clock.
Okay, thanks so much for that. It is 10 a.m. You're watching Sky News today. We're going to continue with this rolling coverage of the breaking news that in the past hour, a French court has sentenced the ex-husband of Gisele Pelicot to the maximum term of 20 years in prison. Dominique Pelicot drugged and raped his then-wife and over the course of around a decade recruited dozens of other men to rape her in her own bed while she was unconscious. The court also found 46 of the accused men guilty of rape, 2 of attempted rape and 2 of attempted assault. Let me bring in now our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins, who's in Avignon for us this morning. Siobhan, just sum up the headlines as they've unfolded for us thus far this morning.
Well, let me first of all remind people at home the details of what is one of the most horrific cases I've certainly ever witnessed and what has absolutely shocked France and many around the world. This is the case of Dominique Pelicot, a 72-year-old now, who has admitted drugging and raping his wife for almost a decade and inviting other men to rape her as well. Now, 50 other men were on trial accused of sex assault and rape. All of the men on trial so far have been found guilty of one crime or another. The French court actually found 47 men guilty of rape, 2 guilty of attempted rape and 2 guilty of sexual assault. And it was Dominique Pelicot, the man who orchestrated all of these attacks, and the husband that Gisele Pelicot, his wife, had once believed was the perfect husband, who got the maximum sentence of 20 years that prosecutors had requested. But The crimes were so heinous and the details were so harrowing. Yet despite that, the woman at the centre of all of this, 72-year-old Gisele Pelicot, chose to waive her right to anonymity and allow the details to be spoken about in open court. She allowed some of the horrendous videos that police found of her being raped to be played in court, so that France was forced to talk about rape and drugging. And I'm going to bring in now the French broadcaster Agnès Poirier. Who is Gisele Pelicot and what does she mean to France? We're waiting for her to come out of this courtroom now, but who is this person who's been thrust into the spotlight?
Well, she's a formidable spirit because she's been so brave, but also so calm. You know, she's striking an incredible figure in this case, because we have humanity at its bleakest and at its bravest. She doesn't want revenge. She seeks justice. She also said that she didn't think that every man would have behaved so appallingly as those 50 accused men and her husband. She showed so much equanimity and magnanimity as well. So she doesn't think that there's a rapist lurking in every man, not at all. But she does think that, especially the use of drug and sedation in cases of rape, should be acknowledged and should be looked at and treated much better. At the beginning, when her lawyers had to show her the films, the videos, she turned to them and said, I didn't think this could exist. I didn't think men could behave in that way, and certainly not her husband, who she had been with for 50 years and who she adored until she realized the enormity of his crimes against her. Also, what was, the dehumanizing element of the evidence, because we're talking about rape, sexual assaults, but there was also, from Dominique Pelicot's and also the man who came to rape her, the idea and the desire to degrade her.
Yeah, and Dominique Pelicot hasn't really offered that much defence. Has he explained what motivated him to do this? Because he still claims he loves Gisele.
Yeah. Well, they met, she was 19, and she described it at the beginning, we were very happy. We had been together for 50 years and he was the man of my life. And clearly we later realized that he had had a very, very traumatic childhood that somehow, came up. But she also said, look, I lost my mother when I was very young, and what we make with, our childhood is something that we're responsible for. This is not an excuse.
Yeah,
in any way.
I remember she said in court, I tried to lift you up. And yet he, it seems, just tried to drag her down the whole time. And I think, certainly for me, watching this trial, the main thing that has been so disturbing is the planning that clearly went into it. He started, from what we know, learning and perfecting his art of drugging and raping her when they still lived in Paris in 2011. 2 years later, when they moved to Massin, he escalated and started inviting strangers into the house to do the same. He meticulously catalogued these crimes. Do you think this was motivated? I'm not, obviously you're not a psychiatrist, a psychologist, but do women feel this was motivated by hatred of women?
Hatred, or perhaps also a sense of being all-powerful, having no limits. And the way he documented, 20,000 videos found on his hard drive. I mean, in a way, thank goodness he he did it because that's how, you know,
It was cool.
have this. I mean, without those videos, there was no case. That's what Gisele Pelicot's lawyers said. And actually, the accused man's lawyers tried to dismiss and tried to cancel those evidence to challenge the legality of the videos. But they failed. So therefore, there was a case for everyone to see. And, you know, the fact that the doors were wide open and that a trial was made public offered Gisele Pelicot a safer space in many ways, you know, because she invited the world to look in the eye, to stare in the eye, the depravity of those men. And again, what is admirable with her is that she would have every reason to be hateful, but she's not hateful. Every reason to hate the male sex as in general, but she doesn't. Those men are rapists, but doesn't make all men rapists. And this is this calmness and this equanimity that owes really people. And the other thing that is very important is that she refuses to consider herself as a victim. She's indignant. Indignation is what drives her. How could this be possible? She wants to change society. She wants to change how rape trials are carried out in this country. And when you look at her, you have admiration. She's a heroine. She's not a victim.
I'm just going to interrupt you. So the person we've just seen come out of the court, the short lady with grey hair, is actually Dominique Pelicot's lawyer. And she said at one point, some people would say I'm advocating for the devil. She's expressed her respect for Gisele Pelicot. So hopefully we can hear a little bit of what she's got to say. Her client sentenced to the maximum 20 years in prison.
Its verdict with regard to Dominique Pelicot, 20 years of prison with measures. Monsieur Pelicot has noted this decision, and we have 10 days now to see if he wishes to appeal. No decision has been made on this as yet. As Dominique Pelicot's lawyer, I would like to just say that I hope that it's a good thing for justice that these debates were able to take place in the environment they did. We felt that the necessary respect was given. I am not the lawyer of Mrs. Pelicot. I'd like to just emphasize this. We are now in the pre-court phase of events, and there are 10 days, as I said, for us to debate the verdict and to decide whether or not we wish to appeal. As I said at the beginning of these debates, Mr. Pelicot was not necessarily the conductor that was alleged, but it's important to actually look at the difference made between the verdict for Mr. Pelicot and for the co-defendants making up this orchestra, as it has been described. I am not going to criticise any decision made by the courts. We are going to examine whether or not we wish to appeal this. We're going to respect the 10-day deadline we've been given to actually analyse our position and to see whether or not we wish to go forward to a popular jury decision. How is your client reacting? The client is showing the same attitude as he has done throughout. He is struck by the period in question, the sentencing period. We, as I say, are going to take the 10 days to digest this, and he's going to think about his future. Thank you. With regard to Jean-Pierre Maréchal now, please.
Là, on m'a tombé.
Voilà, concernant Jean-Pierre Maréchal.
With regard to Jean-Pierre Maréchal,
Vous voyez ou pas?
Can you see me?
T'as une ligne derrière toi. Pas moi.
Maître, par ici.
Concernant Jean-Pierre Maréchal.
Okay, with regard to Jean-Pierre Maréchal, I am very satisfied with the decision that has been made. Just to take up what Master Zavaro said, when I said publicly that the work done in court has been remarkable, I'd like to just reiterate this. I think it's important to say again that in terms of our clients, we have been in quite a specific position. We talked about the head of an orchestra, and I was responsible for liaising with one of those who were part of this orchestra. There are individuals who have presented their apologies and said that what they have done is abominable. Maréchal has been looked at as one of these individuals. I indicated to the state that this man finds himself now in a certain position vis-à-vis his image, his family. He's going to really now work on looking to the future and looking to how he can eventually return to society. Just to say a few words on the debates, the serenity within the court was appreciable. The effectiveness was also something that we've remarked on. The court has made its decision. It's not the public opinion's decision. It's a justice decision made in a calm environment, and whatever has been said outside of this doesn't really count to us, because first and foremost, the Pelicot case has been a case that has been decided upon within our legal environment, as it should be. We have looked at the wider issues regarding relationships between men and women. We have to be vigilant, of course, in terms of how we are going to look at this in our day-to-day lives going forward now. And it's important to say that we are now satisfied with how things have turned out. Thank you. Does anybody know certainly whether or not Madame Pelicot is going to come back here? She's having a civil hearing, and yes. Okay, so just to give you some information with regard to the two individuals I represented in this case. We have meetings set up to discuss the sentences given. One of mine has received a short sentence. Another of mine has received the sentence also, and I'd like to just remind you, as I'd said, that here we are judging, we are sentencing, we're acquitting, we're condemning, but we are not conducting debates outside of our legal remit. The debate of consent is something that has been talked about a lot, but it is not, I would say, the absolute main focus of what has happened over these days in the courtroom. Why do you feel the need to speak like that on the debate on consent? Because I feel that the public debate has actually lit a fire underneath this issue of consent, and I wanted to talk about that. And talk about the choice we've made in the light of European legislation. In terms of what is happening perhaps in other countries in Europe. Are we changing paradigms? Are we changing society? We're looking at issues of intent at the moment within French law, and we have to stay within French law. Should rape be considered as a crime à part, so a separate crime, and should we think about the risk, the danger of those involved? Of course. I would like to just underline the fact that we have sentences now, prison sentences of many years. There are individuals who were like the puppets of Mr. Pelicot and who are going to probably accept their sanction, their sentence, because some of the sentences have been for a shorter time than requested. But in terms of what I can say, I feel that the ultimate crime of Dominique Pelicot is the fact that he took 50 men with him into this mire, into this state of affairs. Thank you.
So we just heard there from several of the lawyers in the case, including the lawyer who is representing Dominique Pelicot, Patrice Zavaro. Now, she has at one point said that some have called her an advocate for the devil, but she's come out and was very quick, really, in summarising the position, so saying that Dominique Pelicot now has 10 days to think about the sentence which has been handed down to him. He got the maximum 20-year sentence which prosecutors had been asking for, so he'll have 10 days now to decide whether he wants to appeal that or not. She also said that it's not a lawyer's place to talk about justice and debates, that she thought that the court and the debates in court had been held properly, but she also said that they needed to discuss this idea, her and Dominique Pelicot, about whether, as he had been portrayed, that he really was the conductor, she said, of this orchestra of men, these 50 other men who he admitted to invite to rape his wife. So I guess they will be having those conversations. We then heard from the lawyer for Jean-Pierre M., who is the man called the Disciple. He was not accused of raping Gisele Pelicot, but in fact accused of and found guilty and sentenced to 12 years for raping his own wife after being taught by Dominique Pelicot how to drug and rape her. And he was saying that they're satisfied with the decision. The sentence he was actually handed down is slightly less than what prosecutors had requested. He said that the work done in court has been remarkable, and in terms of our client, that they talked about the impact that this has had on him and his family, and that in the future he hopes that maybe he can rebuild himself, presumably after he's finished that 12-year prison sentence, and find a way to slot back into society. Now, we are waiting for Gisele Pelicot to appear and perhaps say some words. I have got with me, though, guest and broadcaster Agnès Poirier. Remarkable, these men have all been found guilty of a variety of sexual crimes. Dominique Pelicot getting 20 years. How do you think the French public will react to that sentence?
Well, they will be happy that such terrible crimes are given the sentences that public prosecution more or less demanded. But there are only 51 accused here. Where are the other 30 that need still to be identified by the police? And they will be identified. And I think the French police will really do their best to find them. After all, they are on the videos of Dominique Pelicot, and if they manage to find the 50, they will manage to eventually find the other 30. There's one on the run, as you said, Hassan, who is in Morocco. So justice will really be done when every one of them is found guilty and sentenced.
I think that's a really important point to remind the audience of. Today in court, we have 50 men, one on the run, also sentenced. But the videos that the police seized, and there were 20,000 indecent images, many of them showing men raping a motionless Gisele who'd been drugged. And in those videos, they managed to identify the men on trial at the moment, but they didn't manage to identify, as you say, around 30 others. How unsettling is that for people that they are somewhere at large, and it's highly likely they could be in the local area because all the other men were from around a 40-mile radius?
Well, it is very unsettling for, people around here, but also to think that, again, I mean, we talked about it, but the range, so many different men, different age, different, social backgrounds, most of them normal people, average intelligence, and that total lack of empathy. Yes. The fact that not only they are coming into the home of a predator to rape an inert woman, but when you look at the videos, I mean, she's more than inert. She's unconscious. I mean, one of the accused say, "Is your wife dead?" And it's interesting that two who are not in the accused box, two men arrived and left.
Yeah.
Because they knew straight away something was not as it should have been. If it was a sexual game, between consenting adults, but neither of them went to the police to save her, because they would have saved her from 10 years of torture, really. So that lack of empathy from normal people with normal intelligence, I'm just quoting the psychiatrist, is something that, will we ever get an answer, an explanation for their acts? Because none of them gave Gisele Pelicot the answers to her questions or even explanations. Only Dominique Pelicot said, "I'm a rapist like every other man in this room." But this is not enough, is it?
And I think it's interesting that Gisele Pelicot said during this trial, during the final statements almost of the trial, she said this is a trial of cowardice, underlining that fact, as you say, that over a decade almost, any one of those men could have raised the flag and saved her, and yet they continued, even if they didn't want to go back. And many of the men who actually have been sentenced today only went once. There was a few who went 6 times, but many of them went once and didn't go back. And yet none of them reported what had happened. None of them said, this isn't right. How has France reacted to this in terms of discussions about changes in the law? Do you think this will inspire any type of changes in the law?
I think it's bound to change, especially introduce the concept of consent, because it exists in other legislations abroad, but not in France. So this will create a debate. But, things have been changing, especially since Me Too, and the law is constantly revised. Last time it was in 2021. Sexual assault now includes all sorts of, fondling, for instance, things that didn't exist before. Rape, in the 70s was a public indecency misdemeanor, and then it was only about sexual penetration, and so now it has included, many different things. So it will be kept revising, but also trials of rape, I think, are now going to be more and more public to expose the perpetrators and the predators within society.
So we're expecting any minute to see, hopefully, Gisele Pelicot. I understand that her children might be exiting the court, so we'll keep an eye on that. But how has this affected the family? Because, of course, we know Gisele Pelicot said that she believed for 50 years the man she married was the perfect husband, the family man, and her children believed he was a great father.
Well, I mean, it will affect also the family of the rapists, the 50 of them, because, as we said, most of them ordinary men with a job, with children, respected. and in their milieu and with friends, some of them said, came to court saying he's a very respectful man. And then Gisele Pelicot said, so I'm the only person he never gave respect to. This is soul-searching for French society, but really it's a universal story. That's why, there are, I think, 175 foreign media here in Avignon, because it's like Greek tragedy. It talks to everyone.
I think that's right, and I think the fact that this happened to a woman in a marriage by a man that she had trusted and known since she was 19, she's 72 now, it really brings into focus what rape charities and campaigners have been saying for years, that most people know their rapists. Do you believe, is there already more support for drug raping, for example? I understand that the government have brought in some new measures.
There is a parliamentary committee that is headed actually by a French female senator who was the victim of sexual assault. She was sedated by a colleague of hers. Yes, all sorts of things have happened. And also, it's interesting because French society has really changed since Me Too. Contrary perhaps to appearances, because there's a French specificity perhaps about seduction the French way, but frankly, French society has really changed. For instance, at the beginning of the trial, Gisele Pelicot said that young French male policeman saved my life. Before Me Too, so Dominique Pelicot did the filmed women's under their skirts. He would have just closed the case. But that young policeman actually went further, went beyond that, and looked into Dominique Pelicot's computer hard drive and seized all equipment. Before Me Too, a French policeman probably wouldn't have been that zealous, wouldn't have tried to look further. And because that French policeman went and looked and discovered 20,000 videos of sexual assaults, rape of his wife, that's how the case exists.
I just break in there because we've been tallying up the sentences that were handed down here today. 51 men sentenced to a total of more than 400 years in jail. Now, that is a huge amount of time, yet it is substantially less than the total which prosecutors had demanded, which was more than 600 years in jail. Do you think people at home will be satisfied with that?
I think on the whole they will be satisfied. Of course, you will always find people who will want the harshest sentences, and that's understandable, considering, the enormity of the case. But it's interesting also to notice that justice is made for individual cases. Every rapist, every accused is looked at as an individual. It's not a collective punishment against men. And that's how Gisele Pelicot also wanted it. Every man has different circumstances, did different things. As you said, one came back 6 times. Another is only sentenced for attempted rape, for instance. So it's important that justice delivers a verdict for each individual. Otherwise, it wouldn't be justice.
We are now 2 hours into the sentencing of these men. The court session has finished. We are waiting to hear from Gisele Pelicot. But just to remind people who are joining us now, this was the case of Dominique Pelicot, the husband of Gisele Pelicot, who had been married for 50 years, who admitted drugging and raping his wife for almost a decade and inviting dozens of other men to the house to rape her as well. There were 50 men on trial alongside him. They've been found guilty of a variety of crimes, 47 found guilty of rape, 2 found guilty of attempted rape, and 2 guilty of sexual assault, and they have been handed a combined sentences, I should say, totaling more than 400 years. And if people don't know the details of this horrific case, it's one that has been spoken about extensively in the public here, in the media and around the world, because the woman at the centre of it, Gisele Pelicot, the 72-year-old who was the victim of these men, decided to waive her right to anonymity so that the crimes that were perpetrated against her could be talked about in public. And she's been incredibly brave, standing in the court, arriving here every time it's sat, looking those defendants in the face and saying at times her sentences just underlining how horrific what happened to her were. I was treated like a rag doll. I was treated like garbage, she said at one point. But the other thing that she wanted to underline was the fact that shame must change sides, she said. This was a time that France needed to look at itself, and shame in rape must not be held by the victim, but by the perpetrator. And we will hear from her, we hope today, to see how she has reacted to those sentences which have been handed down, and really what she wants to do now after surviving this horrific trial and crime.
Siobhan, thank you so much for that. Siobhan, there on the scene outside the courtroom in Avignon, France. We're going to continue, of course, to monitor these live pictures, to monitor all of the latest departures and any mini press conferences and comments that are made. And Siobhan, of course, is still there for us. In the meantime, we just wanted to give you another reminder of all of the details of this trial and case. Well, in 1973, the Pelicots married 2 years after they'd first met. In 2020, Dominique Pelicot was arrested by chance after being caught filming under women's skirts in a supermarket. A subsequent police investigation uncovered over 20,000 photos and videos showing his wife, Gisele, being drugged and raped by him and 72 other men, at least, over nearly a decade. The trial began in Avignon in September 2024, with 51 men, including Dominique, facing charges of aggravated rape and sexual assault, amongst other charges. Gisele waived her right to anonymity and insisted on a public trial to raise awareness about drug-facilitated sexual assault. During the trial, Pelicot admits to drugging his ex-wife, raping her, and inviting dozens of men to abuse her. Across France, feminist organisations have organised protests to express solidarity with Gisele and other victims of sexual violence. And now the 15-week trial has concluded. Dominique Pelicot was found guilty of aggravated rape against Gisele Pelicot, guilty of illegal broadcast of images of Gisele Pelicot, and guilty of recording images of Gisele Pelicot. He was sentenced to 20 years in jail, and some 50 other of the men were also convicted of various crimes, around 400 years of jail time doled out in total. Joining me now to discuss this, Mina Czerniawski, Vice President of the French organisation Dare to be Feminist. Thank you so much for joining us, Mina. Break down what you make of the verdicts and the sentences.
Hello there. These are sentences which are below the average, usually would be 11 years. And we understand that this has been a choice to separate and to make a big distinction between the condemnation of Dominique Pelicot, who had organized this, and of the men who have participated in this. This is still somehow an achievement, because 94% of rape accusations are dismissed currently in France due to lack of investigation.
Wow, that's an astonishing statistic. Do you think this case as a whole might even lead to changing that statistic, or at the very least, has it completely changed awareness of the issue of potentially rape and sexual misconduct?
Yes, we hope that this change, because there's been a lot of conversations around the role of pornography in this case, also the narratives around the taboo of incest. So we hope that things get taken more seriously for victims who don't have video proof of the violence that they have. This is a particularly exceptional case in the sense that Dominique Pelicot has created the proof of his own crimes through the recording of the pornographic material he has created. So for other victims who don't benefit from this material proof, hopefully they will be more heard now when they count the narratives that they have been suffered sexual violence in the context of a domestic situation, which is harder to get persecuted.
It's been fascinating watching every development here from the UK, and one detail we've been focused on quite a lot is that the right to anonymity remains for criminals even after they have been convicted. Of course, that right to anonymity also did apply to Gisele Pelicot, who willingly chose to waive it. How brave is she?
She's extremely brave. We know the stigma that comes with being a victim of sexual violence for women. So what she has done and what she has intentionally explained, that despite feeling distracted and things, she was hoping that her case could change things for other women. So we appreciate her bravery in having this a public discussion.
I mean, clearly, as you've already outlined, it's transformed awareness. Might it lead to more than that? Are there laws that your organisation would like to see changed or enhanced?
Yes, we would like a more comprehensive law that takes into account the victims of sexual violence, and something that currently our legal definition of rape is sufficient to persecute. The thing that it's not, it's the means that are attributed to this. Currently, France has a below average from the other European countries in terms of money that's invested in preventing and persecuting sexual violence. So we would like this budget to be increased. We would also like that the vulnerable population are taken into consideration into this comprehensive law that includes also victims of prostitution and pornography. And we would like a ministry that has full competences and more prevention training and information. We also would like that doctors are allowed to report sexual violence without fear of repercussion, amongst several other things.
Talk to me about what the definition of rape is in France and how that differs to some other European countries like the UK. Forgive me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it requires the need for force. And the word consent is not, in fact, relevant to the French law.
Yes, currently our definition of rape is any act of penetration obtained by violence, coercion, threat, or surprise. So this usually includes any possibility. This is, for example, if a man initiates intercourse or rape while the woman is asleep, this is by surprise. So this classifies as rape in our current legislature. What's lacking for us is the funds to investigate the rape denunciations that women make. So that's why we have today 86% of sexual aggression cases dismissed and 94% of rape cases dismissed, because there is simply no investigation done.
Just finally, as we wrap things up, Mina, what is your lasting view towards the response from Gisele Pelicot and the example she has set, the inspiration perhaps she might give to people across France?
It's a very beneficial thing what she has done. It has enabled society to talk about this issue. We would like to salute her, but however, to bear in mind that not all victims will be able to do what she has been able to do, and they're still legitimate, and we still support them. Even the women who choose to remain anonymous because of all this suffering that they will incur, or that they have incurred, or the stigma that will go, we would like not to make a distinction into what is a perfect victim and what is a not perfect victim. So women who make the choice, different from Gisele Pelicot, to remain anonymous and have the process, we also support them, because we understand that we're currently still living in a rape culture, in a sexist society, where it can be very difficult for women, despite their will, to place the shame on the perpetrators and not suffer themselves the consequence. So we salute Gisele for what she has done, but we don't wanted to be an injunction on victims to always speak out and publicly about the violence they've suffered, because there's loads of psychological consequences that may prevent women from speaking publicly about the violence they have suffered.
Mina, thank you so much for joining us. Excellent to have you with us. Very interesting insights there. I want to go back to outside the court in Avignon, where we find our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, once again, who's been covering this case so closely for many months now, and of course throughout the developments this morning. Siobhan, just recap for us again the key developments so far today as you see them.
Yes, so anyone who hasn't been following this is the case of Dominique Pelicot, a man who admitted drugging and raping his wife for around a decade and inviting scores of other men to rape her as well. And he was on trial here, accused of aggravated rape. Alongside him were 50 other men accused of crimes including rape and sexual assaults. Now, all on trial here today have been found guilty of a variety of crimes. 47 men found guilty of rape, 2 men found guilty of attempted rape, and 2 men of sexual assault. But the key headline, I suppose, is that Dominique Pelicot, the man who some have called the conductor of this orchestra of abusers, has been sentenced to a maximum of 20 years in prison. That is what the prosecutors had called for when they laid down their request for sentencing. That is what the judges have agreed with. Now, the other men on trial have also been handed their sentences today. Before they were given them, the sentences that were requested range from the 4 years at one end and 20 years to Dominique Pelicot. In total, we now know that all of those men have got combined sentences totaling more than 400 years in jail.
In terms of the sort of reaction there on both the arrivals and I guess their departures are very much behind closed doors now, is there total unity across France, across the region in terms of views towards this case?
Certainly for the people that you see outside this court, they are all very clearly in support. The people that you see clapping Gisele as she arrives, they are all very clearly in support of her. Now, we have seen, as the morning went on and some of the other defendants were handed their case, we could hear 2 women crying at the top of the steps there. And my colleague told me that they were relatives of one of the defendants who'd been handed their case. And I think it's important to remember that the men involved in this, many of them have families, most of them have jobs, and of course Gisele Pelicot is the survivor at the centre of this, but the ramifications of what they've done will affect their own families, their own communities, and this community, because it's shocking and surprising to many living here that all of the men who are in trial, or the majority of them, came from around a 40-mile radius of Massin, which is where the Pelicots lived. It's a quiet, pretty Provençal village. Little did neighbours know that Dominique Pelicot, who was apparently a family man, very friendly, was popular with the couple's friends, was trusted by Gisele as her perfect husband, was actually carrying out and perfecting this hideous crime against his wife. And I think one of the things that's really shocked me, the more I read into him and the planning, is that it seems that for 2 years at the beginning of this almost decade period, in 2011 till 2013, Dominique Pelicot was using that time to perfect this sick art of drugging his wife. He was working out how to do it properly when they lived in Paris, and he'd got anti-anxiety medication which he was using. And then when they moved to Massin, it seems that at that point, from what we know from police, that's when he escalated and started inviting other people. But he also created this horrendous library, 20,000 images, indecent images, and many of them showing his sedated wife lying motionless as men raped her in their home, men that he'd invited to. And these are men, some of the men were found guilty of rapes that happened at a holiday home. You know, Dominique Pelicot goes on holiday with his wife and invites someone to rape her while he sedated her on New Year's Eve, on her birthday. It's so callous, the crime, and yet he claims that he still loves her.
Siobhan, I'm really interested on a number of topics. I want to talk more about Dominique Pelicot in a moment, but has there been much talk around France about how this went on for 9 years with so many people and remained secret? Because am I right in saying all of this was in a very small town outside of Avignon? There were so many people involved. It's not like it was on a dark web and it was all video images. How did it remain secret for so long?
I think that's a really interesting question, and it's one that a lot of people will be asking the police and the authorities, but I think some of the answers do lie with that meticulous planning and the calculation that was done by Dominique Pelicot. If we're to take from what the prosecutors have said in court, you know, he went onto this website which on the surface was designed for swingers, but he was part of a forum called Without Her Knowledge, which was specifically designed for people who were interested in rape and had sexual fantasies around rape. He was very careful about how he brought the men to the house. So some of them he asked to park in a nearby car park rather than parking outside their home. And I've been to Massin, the little village where they lived, and they live in the little cul-de-sac. So obviously if loads of people have been driving late at night and parking outside their house, neighbours might have been suspicious, but instead he got them to park at a sports centre around the corner, and then he'd walk down there at night, you know, sometimes allegedly in his dressing gown, pick these men up. He told them already, don't wear any fragrances, don't smoke because I don't want to leave any traces. And then he'd walk them down the cul-de-sac to his house where his sedated wife, Gisele, lay waiting basically to be attacked. And he'd planned it so well. He's seen in some of these sick videos that he made, almost directing them like some disturbed pornography director. He then curated the videos and clipped them up and edited them to make this sick a sick library of abuse of the woman who trusted him, who believed he was the perfect husband, and his deception to her was so cruel because of the attacks that were happening on her. She contracted 4 sexually transmitted infections, and she didn't understand what was going on. She went to the doctor, and he's there holding her hand. Because of all the drugs he was giving her, her hair started falling out. She started having blackouts, and she feared that she had a brain tumour or Alzheimer's. And you can only imagine the conversations happening in her house where she said she lost 10 years of her health, and she was saying to this man she trusted, I don't know what's going on, have I got Alzheimer's, have I got a brain tumour? And the whole time he knows what's going on is because he's putting drugs into her food and then inviting strangers to rape her.
Extraordinary stuff, Siobhan. Stay close for us. We're going to bring in now Emmanuel Dancourt, the president of Me Too Media, who's able to weigh in. And Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what is your take on the verdicts?
Thank you. The sentence, the verdict for Mr. Pelicot, her husband, is appropriate. But the sentence for the other 51 defendants is very disappointing. And this is really the problem of French justice. French justice doesn't work very well, is dysfunctional. It punishes only 1% of rapists. We are calling, all the French associations like Me Too Media, we are calling for a comprehensive law to change everything, like everybody did in Europe, but France.
So explain to us the extent to which that is a hard message for you to find supporters of in France. Do people agree with you, whether before this case or afterwards, or do they still tend to disagree with you?
Oh, very good question. Well, France is a special country, you know. If you compare with Sweden, with Belgium, if we compare with Spain, They made Me Too in one time. And in France, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you see, for example, Avignon, this lovely little town in the south of France, became the city of Me Too for 4 months. All over the city, you can see colleges against rape and sexual assault, drawings, slogans in support of Gisele Pelicot, who was unknown just a few weeks ago and who had become one of the most influential women in the world, but in France. Because I bet that after the verdict and after Christmas, France, we will go back as usual. Nothing will change. It's a very special country. Everyone has discovered in France that rapists are normal men, fathers, sensitive husbands, and we always repeat that 91% of women who are raped know they're rapists because it's their father, their brother, their cousin, their uncle, the professor, the teacher, the neighbor. And it's like people of France, journalists and politics discover that. And there is something I like to add. No politics has spoken about the Pelicot case. They don't speak about it. It doesn't exist. French president, French ministers, they don't care.
There's been no comments whatsoever from President Macron?
Nothing. President Macron said a year ago, he said that Gérard Depardieu was the pride of France. This is our president. He knows nothing about all the case of rape or sexual assault. He said nothing. Nothing.
Talk to me about what you would like to see changed in France. I mean, there's a mindset, obviously, which you've addressed. Are there changes in laws or other factors that need to happen that you have hope will happen or not?
Well, we'd like to do like Spain. We'd like to have, for example, specialized courts for sexual harassment and rapes. We'd like to have justice. Our justice is very, very slow. You know, I'm a victim in the PPDA case. This is one of the most big, it's like the Weinstein case, but for France.
Emmanuel, excuse me.
Yes, she's coming out. Okay.
Pause for now. We just want to listen to these live statements at the moment.
They're all still talking inside. We have an information sheet. It's to do with any health concerns, etc. So, and the towns in question, there are certain towns where this analysis can be done. So this is what's happening right now to the different individuals concerned. It's a medical analysis that needs to be done, and there'll be different constituencies. You have to look at whether the individual has ever attempted suicide, things like that. If there are any concerns, it depends on the way in which the individuals have been analysed, and this will determine how the prison is going to be organised. In my opinion, there might be 3 individuals that will be deferred because of these kinds of concerns. So we'll have to see. I'm going to give my details. The interpreter apologizes, the sound is very unclear. And now it's discussion more in the crowd.
Monsieur Maréchal. Le mini Pelicot. Est-ce qu'on recule tous un peu?
Let's go back now. Our guest, Emmanuel Dancourt, president of Me Too Media, and I should just mention to our viewers, we will go back and listen to live statements from the key people as and when they do take place. It's possible, of course, we might hear from Gisele Pelicot at some point in the coming minutes and hours. In the meantime, Emmanuel, we were talking before about some of the changes that you'd like to see off the back of this, but also your balance on whether or not this has fully changed public opinion in France. Can you clarify that for us? Do you think this is a watershed moment or not?
Well, as I told you just before, I think it will not be enough for France, because France is like a kind of special country where this kind of things doesn't work. And all the journalists from all over the world who interview me about the Gisele Pelicot case are very surprised to hear me saying that. But this is true. It will not change anything in France. For example, we would like the burden of proof to be on the accused and not on the victims. And this is no. The answer is no. We would like specialized courts. The answer is no. We would like the victims to be believed. You know, when you report a handbag stolen, no one asks you if it's true or what you were wearing. And, well, we still have these kind of questions when we go to the police to say, I've been raped. We would like consent to appear in the law and for the rapist to prove that the person consented. This is no. We have to change absolutely our French law. It doesn't work. A law that convicts only one person of the rapist is a law that doesn't work. But they don't want to do it.
What is your view, Emmanuel, towards Gisele Pelicot and in particular her bravery surrounding, obviously enduring this unbelievable experience, but also how she has been so public in going through it?
Yes, Gisele Pelicot refused to go behind closed doors. This is very brave because she knew that the pictures and the videos were going to be diffused live at the court. And she's very brave, but she's also, and I want everybody to hear that, she's completely destroyed. And I have a really deep thought for all the victims who are not brave, who are completely destroyed, who cannot be that brave. Most of the victims are not like Gisele Pelicot. Most of them are completely destroyed and crying all the time. We have 100 victims in my association, in Me Too Media, and some of them are brave, but it's not common. This is why she's one of the most important person of the year 2024. This is because this little woman is exceptional. She's incredible. And we hope she will change things, but I don't have, I don't know, not sure.
Well, Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspectives on this. Emmanuel Dancourt from Me Too Media in France.
Thank you.
It is 11 a.m. and you're watching Sky News Today. We do begin once again with the news of the case that has shocked the world. 51 men sentenced to a total of more than 400 years in a mass rape trial. The woman at the centre of it all, Gisele Pelicot, praised for her bravery, waiving her anonymity to face her accusers. Her ex-husband, Dominique, sentenced to 20 years for drugging and raping his then wife and allowing dozens of strangers to rape her too. After hearing his fate, a lawyer for Dominique Pelicot says they are considering appealing.
Je déciderai à l'issue des 10 jours, c'est-à-dire...
there are 10 days, as I said, for us to debate the verdict and to decide whether or not we wish to appeal. As I said at the beginning of these debates, Mr. Pelicot was not necessarily the conductor that was alleged, but it's important to actually look at the difference made between the verdict for Mr. Pelicot and for the co-defendants making up this orchestra, as it has been described. I am not going to criticise any decision made by the courts. We are going to examine whether or not we wish to appeal this. We're going to respect the 10-day deadline we've been given to actually analyse our position and to see whether or not we wish to go forward to a popular jury decision. How is your client reacting? The client is showing the same attitude as he has done throughout. He is struck by the period in question, the sentencing period. We, as I say, are going to take the 10 days to digest this, and he's going to think about his future.
I'm joined now by our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins, who's been covering this case so closely for many months now, is in Avignon outside the court there for us now. Siobhan, what is the latest in terms of what might follow next? We're hearing there from Dominique's lawyer that they might appeal?
Yes, so he's got 10 days now, she's said, to consider the verdict and the sentencing and then decide whether he wants to appeal. We know, of course, that Dominique Pelicot admitted his crimes in court, but it's whether now he feels that the sentence handed to him, in his view, is too heavy, and maybe tries to argue that he wasn't this conductor, as she mentioned, the conductor of this sick orchestra, essentially. And so it's whether they discuss that and want to come back to the court and try and appeal. As it stands, he's 72, 20-year sentence. The maximum sentence judges handed down was the maximum that was requested by the prosecutors. So if that sentence stays and he doesn't appeal, then he will die in prison. I just want to set the scene for you where I am. I'm standing outside Avignon Court, and from what I can see, there is a thick line of supporters of Gisele Pelicot. They've been holding signs. I can see one behind me saying, "Thank you for your courage, justice," and they've been singing songs. When she came, they did what we've seen them doing for months now, which is lining up and applauding her for her bravery in her decision to waive her right to anonymity and allow the crimes committed against her to be spoken about in public and images of the attacks on her to be shown in open court, a decision which has amplified the message from this trial because it has allowed media across France and the public across France, but also around the world, to discuss what's going on. And actually I'm joined by a French broadcaster now, Agnès Poirier. Some people, and it's a cliche, but some people have called this the trial of the century. How impactful is this case?
It is incredibly impactful because for the first time, and because Dominique Pelicot documented his crimes, he archived them, he gave them titles. And you talked about the way he had been a conductor. I mean, it's almost as if he thought he was a film director, a sick film director of his pornographic movies. But because of this wealth of evidence, the case could be brought forward. Remember, Gisele Pelicot's lawyers said, if we didn't have those videos, there wouldn't be a case. Yeah. Because that's the problem with rape, is that very often there's a lack of evidence, there's a lack of proof, especially with the absence of consent in the French law for the moment. And so it's not only, the scale of that mass trial is just bewildering, but also the wealth of evidence is bewildering. And as the president of the court said at the beginning of the trial, those videos speak a million words. And also the bad faith of the accused, because we see the videos, we see we see their faces, we see how inert and unconscious, comatose,
snoring, snoring.
Absolutely. So we see the facts, we see their actions, and yet we hear most of those men, ordinary men, average intelligence, normal people, according to psychiatrists, denying, what is obvious, denying the fact, saying, no, I didn't intend, inverted comma, to rape Gisele Pelicot. But then, Gisele Pelicot stood up in court saying, one isn't a rape. This is, rape is rape. As you can see, actually, outside of court now, there are banners, young French women with banners saying, un viol est un viol, a rape is a rape, because this is what you saw, and it was obvious for the whole world to see. And yet, those men deny. And they also say that, pretend to be the victims of Dominique Pelicot, as if they didn't have free will, as if they couldn't actually not only see when they stepped into that bedroom that this woman couldn't be possibly consenting to an act that she was, completely unconscious. And still, two men left. But 2 out of more than 80. And even those two men who thought, this was not right, they left. They didn't go to the police to save her. So, this complete lack of taking responsibility is shocking, and that has shocked France and beyond France.
Just to tell people at home what they're seeing, our cameras are pinned on the door of that court, because we are expecting Gisele Pelicot to come out, and we understand she has a 3-page document to read. And it will be interesting to hear if that contains her reactions both to the husband, who she believed was the perfect husband, but also to the other men. But just going back to one of the points you made there, as you said, if it wasn't for the videos, the prosecutors themselves said it would have been very hard to make a case. But not just that. If there wasn't for the videos, Gisele Pelicot may never have known what was being done to her, because it's the fact that police found those videos by chance that actually led to Dominique Pelicot being arrested. Just explain, because he wasn't arrested as part of a big investigation into the website, for example. This was a chance arrest of a man who's been described by his own daughter as one of France's worst sex offenders.
Yes, completely. It was in November 2020. A case was brought against him for upskirting in a supermarket. But even then, this is why it's so fragile, because those two women who were the victim of upskirting by Dominique Pelicot in a supermarket didn't want really to report the case. They thought, well, this is sick, but I'm not, this is not life-threatening. I'm not going to go to the police and report it. And it's actually the male security guards of the supermarket saying, no, ladies, you need to go. This is important. We've seen him before. He's done it. We don't want him to do it again. So the security guards actually played a major part. And they are men, because, we're all together in this. Men have to play a very important part in the realization and in French society as, partners of women. So this upskirting misdemeanor was reported to the police, and only then, because a French policeman decided to go beyond that upskirting episode and to look inside all the video equipment, telephone of Dominique Pelicot, and only then did he realize the enormity of what Dominique Pelicot had been doing without anyone knowing for 10 years. And actually other cases now are looked into at the moment, because they are unresolved cases, rape.
Connected to Dominique Pelicot?
Perhaps. And the police is now looking, digging up some cold cases or, unsolved cases in the area that seem to have the same signature, sedation, things like this. And, So it's very striking to know that it's coincidences that led to the Pelicot trial, because she might never have known.
And I think what's important for Gisele Pelicot is that in the weeks and months after this trial is over, it won't be the names of the 50 men in court that people are talking about. It will be her name that's remembered. It will be her when other victims of rape or sexual assault sit at home and think, I don't know if I want to do this, that they might find strength in her. And that's something she's been really keen to underline in court, isn't it? That if one tiny grain of good can come from this trial, it's that.
Well, her lawyer said, Gisele Pelicot could have, spent her time hating, wanting revenge, not at all. And he said, Gisele Pelicot's lawyer, that she wanted to transform the mud into noble matter and find meaning in it. And this is what she's been doing. She's, she's serving her country and beyond her country, for French society as a whole, men and women, to realize that rape is not only a terrible, degrading crime, but it is happening everywhere, all the time, and it is, most of the time, it's not documented. Therefore, the difficulty to bring a case in justice. But, since the Me Too, what is that, 7 years ago, the number of rape reported to the police have increased by almost 50%. Investigations also have increased by, I think, 30%. Now, the difficulty is obviously to bring it to a trial, because very often after the investigation, then the case is closed for lack of evidence. Yeah. That's really the thing that must be treated more seriously, or we must find ways. But that's what Gisele Pelicot has been doing. And, when we see Gisele Pelicot, we are full of admiration. We see a formidable woman. We see a woman who refuses to, she lives, she has friends. You can see when she arrives, she dresses differently every day, and she's a quiet force, and this is why she's so admirable. And it's those kind of personalities that changes society and the world we live in.
And I think the other thing that certainly struck me, and it's an obvious point, but I think it's one that's important to underline, is the fact that away from the violence which was perpetrated against her, which is mind-blowing, the betrayal of this partner of 50 years who she believed, she said in court, was my perfect husband, and acts which, when she was married, before she knew about what was happening, that she viewed in kindness. She said, I thought I was lucky. Acts like him bringing her in bed her favourite ice cream, or making dinner when she got back from seeing the grandkids, were actually a way of him ensuring that he could drug her food so he could fulfil his sick rape fix. And I think the recovery for her, she said herself, she may never recover, because of course there's the recovery of the crimes and having to watch those images of what's happened to you when you have no memory, but also the betrayal, and I guess trying to keep the family together as well, her sons and her daughter.
Well, actually, her daughter is in a terrible situation, because she's asked her father to tell her whether or not he also subjected her to rape or sexual assault, because there are those images, there are those pictures of her lying asleep and wearing some lingerie that she doesn't recall ever had and ever worn. So there is that suspicion.
Yeah.
And she will never get any answers. And I think, Dominique Pelicot's daughter is, she created an association, and she will probably spend her life trying to raise awareness. But it is a destroyed family. As you say, betrayal. I mean, there's no worse betrayal than what Dominique Pelicot has done. And at the beginning of the trial, actually, Gisele Pelicot said, I was sacrificed on the altar of perversity, because it's not only the trial of cowardice, and in that case, male cowardice, but also of perversity, of depravity. Her two lawyers, who are experienced, said, we had never seen such a thing.
Because there was a real effort in some of the videos to degrade her as well as rape her.
Exactly. So there is a dehumanization, which is so disturbing, and also a lack of answers and explanations. Why did you do what you did? And it's as if they don't even know. So, of course, it will be done, left to psychiatrists and historians to draw conclusions in the next few months and years on that extraordinary case. But you see, Gisele Pelicot, there's hope that she'll be able to rebuild herself. Yeah. I mean, she said, I may hold my head high and I may look calm, but inside me it's a field of ruins, is what she said at the beginning of the trial. And you can imagine very well her state of mind. But on the other hand, the fact that we look up to her, that we found her bravery so inspiring, will help her rebuild herself. Because when people meet her in the street, they don't see a victim. They see a force.
A survivor. A
survivor, but also a force. Somebody who's got grace, somebody who doesn't seek revenge. That's it, in the eye of people, she will be able to rebuild herself.
And I think if we look at, of course, the other key person in this case, it's Dominique Pelicot. And his lawyer, when she was doing some of her closing arguments, said there are two Dominiques. There is Dominique, the family man, and then there is Dominique, the pervert, basically. And she talked about things that had happened to him in his life when he was younger that may have caused what he described as cracks in his personality. So, for example, witnessing his father raping his mother at age 14, he claims being forced to participate in a gang rape, which gave him this proclivity, he told the court, for these horrendous rape crimes. But from the sense of people you've talked to, is there a belief or is there an understanding that he has these two personalities? There's no credible evidence that he has a psychological issue.
Well, I mean, psychiatrists, some talked about split personality. But in the end, everybody has trauma, more or less profound, from their childhood. As Gisele Pelicot said, I lost my mother. I was extremely young. But what you make of your childhood, either you can hide behind it, saying, well, this is not my fault, this is how I was brought up, or this is part of the trauma I experienced as a child. But others take responsibility and actually transcend their difficult upbringing and then choose a path. That's what she said, as adults, we choose a path in life. And he chose the most abominable path, betraying the love of his life, basically, and the mother of his children. And I would be surprised if he appealed. He recognized his acts. He said, I'm a rapist. He knows he's going to end his life in prison.
And yes, thank you. We're going to leave it there with you for a minute, but as always, your thoughts and reflections on French society really welcome and interesting. Just to bring people up to date with what we're talking about here, we are outside the court in Avignon in France, because today 51 men who are accused of rape and sexual assault against Gisele Pelicot have been handed their sentences, and 47 were found guilty of rape, of attempted rape, to sexual assault. And the main sentence for aggravated rape was handed to Pelicot, because he is the 72-year-old.
Siobhan, do stay close to us. We're just losing your connection at the moment, so hopefully we can polish that up a little bit. But stay close, because we're going to be back to you in just a moment, as we do continue to await, as an increasing number of people gather, possibly awaiting Gisele Pelicot herself to come out. And of course, we'll go back live for any key comments coming as people do depart the court. In the meantime, we want to remind people of the details of this extraordinary and shocking case. Well, in 1973, the Pelicots married. It was 2 years after they first met. In 2020, Dominique Pelicot was arrested by chance after being caught filming under women's skirts in a supermarket. Subsequent police investigations uncovered over 20,000 photos and videos showing his wife, Gisele, being drugged and raped by him and at least 72 other men over nearly a decade. The trial began in Avignon in September this year, with 51 men, including Dominique, facing charges of aggravated rape and sexual assault, amongst others. Gisele waived her right to anonymity and insisted on a public trial in order to raise awareness about drug-facilitated sexual assault. During the trial, Pelicot admitted to drugging his ex-wife, raping her, and inviting dozens of men to abuse her. Across France, feminist organisations have organised protests to express solidarity with Gisele and other victims of sexual violence. Well, the 15-week trial concluded today, and Dominique Pelicot was found guilty of aggravated rape against Gisele, guilty of illegal broadcast of images of Gisele Pelicot, and guilty of recording images of Gisele Pelicot. Siobhan is back with us now. Siobhan, as we are awaiting these live pictures, potentially, of Gisele Pelicot leaving court shortly, is France, across all spectrums, as glued to this as we are?
I didn't quite hear that question, Will. Apologies.
Siobhan, I was saying, is France as glued to this across all parts of the country as we are?
Without doubt, absolutely without doubt. This is a case which, because of the decision by Gisele Pelicot to waive her right to anonymity so that the details could be broadcast, has been on the front pages of the newspapers. There's a huge press pack here, yes. Inside, they've ticketed press because there's so much demand. I think there's 187 countries being represented inside, around 187 press inside, around 80 of those are foreign press. So you can see there's a huge amount of interest from the French press, and it's on the front pages of French newspapers, the big French newspapers today, and it will be tomorrow as well. And it has been, because for two reasons. One, because of the utterly shocking evidence which has been presented in this trial, because of the number of men who were involved in it. And I have to keep underlining the point, 51 men handed sentences today, at least 30 others who were caught on films made by Dominique Pelicot of his motionless wife, who he drugged being raped, have not been found or identified yet, and they are believed to be probably from the local area, because all of the other men in the trial, or the majority of them, came from around a 40-mile radius of Massin, which is where the couples live. So it has absolutely transfixed France, and you can see that from the huge demonstrations which have been taking place around the country for women's rights and calling for better protection from sexual violence. I went to one in Paris a few weeks ago, and I would say at least 50% of the women and men in the crowd there were holding banners or wearing T-shirts or chanting Gisele's name. The banners had her face on. They are as glued as we are to this, because this is an issue which affects every society, no matter which country you're from.
And Siobhan, tell us the process that we went through for this trial. I mean, for such a complex and widespread case, it moved relatively quickly. Was this a jury-based trial? And similarly with the sentencing this morning, everything for the number of defendants we're talking about came through pretty quickly.
Yes, so it's a different legal system here in France. If you live in the US or in the UK, you're used to a jury-based system where the jury hands their decision back to the court. Obviously, there's a judge in court there, but here it's different. It's a panel of 5 judges with the main judge. And what has happened is for the last 4 months, they've been listening to the evidence. It's almost like an inquisition. It's an older format where they investigate the crime and they ask questions to the people who are in the dock. And then once they've finished with all that and all of the parties, the defence and the prosecution have closed their arguments, then the judges go away and they discuss or they think about what they've heard, then they cast a ballot, and then the sentences are handed down. And the prosecution, before that happens, make a case to the judges about what sentences they would like to see. So, for example, for Gisele Pelicot, the prosecution said, we want to see the maximum sentence of 20 years. And in that case, the judges agreed. Now, there are other defendants today who have been sentenced and prosecutors asked for a higher sentence, and judges, for their own reasons, once they've weighed up the arguments and the law, have decided to give them a slightly fewer years. But we know in total that the 51 men who have been sentenced today, and one of them is on the run, in total they have been given combined sentences of more than 400 years.
In terms of the sort of cultural response across France, Siobhan, I mean, it's interesting from some of the guests we've had. Some are quite hopeful that this is a turning point, and there might even be developments and changes in the law, and others aren't. Others say that there's just a drastic difference in France to other European countries, and that this has had a lot of coverage and focus in Avignon, for example, but not necessarily in all parts. What's your take on that?
Well, I think there's 2 issues there, aren't there? There's the public response, and then there's the that it might evoke. And in terms of those who fight for changing the French rape law to involve consent, some ministers said they're open to debate it, but there's nothing concrete on the table at this point to say they were changing the law next week. So for those people, there's a real frustration. Some changes have happened already. So Gisele Pelicot and her daughter are extremely motivated. Drugging and rape is brought into the public conversation, taken seriously. And already before the verdicts and the sentencing came in, French ministers announced that there would be new changes to support people who believe they've been drugged and raped. So, for example, easier access to test kits. So there are small things happening. But of course, you know, if you're a victim of rape, that isn't enough. You want to feel that you can live in a society and not fear that you're going to be by your husband to invite to come round. So people are outraged by the scale of the crime. But I think there is a lot of positive to be taken. The way this conversation has developed and been able to develop, because it's what we've seen is and was in the US, for example, but this has supercharged the debate around rape and around sex assault and around violence against women, because Gisele Pelicot is a pensioner. She's a mother of 3. She's a grandmother of 7. And what you see in the crowds now, which you might not have seen before, is rather than just being young women, you see women of all ages saying, enough is enough, we have to change. So I think maybe some campaigners...
Let me pick up there from Siobhan, and either way, should just recap things for you. It is 11:30 here on Sky News. Business Live will be back with you later on in the day, but we're going to stick with this main story. Of course, in half an hour's time, we will bring you the Bank of England's latest interest rates decision as well, and of course get to most of the day's other news during the course of the afternoon. But for now, whilst we do await potentially a statement from Gisele Pelicot herself, we're going to stay with this story and these live pictures from outside the courtroom in Avignon in France. And as a reminder, this morning, Dominique Pelicot was sentenced to 20 years in jail for, amongst other things, drugging and raping his wife, Gisele Pelicot, over the course of nearly a decade and inviting others to do the same. Some 50 men in total were sentenced to over 400 years in jail in total. The other sentences ranged from 15 years down to about 3 years. The ages of some of those other men ranged from 27 to 84. They were booed as they arrived this morning. We are able to name them only by their first names. Their right to anonymity remains in France, despite their convictions. A right, by the way, that is extended to the victim, to Gisele Pelicot as well, a right that she decided to waive in order to speak up for this issue across the country. The decisions were made by 5 judges. They vote by secret ballot in France, needing a majority verdict to convict, and those same 5 judges need a majority verdict amongst them to decide the sentence. Well, throughout the morning, we've had a number of guests weighing in from France and also from here with their expert opinions on this extraordinary case. And earlier we heard from a consultant forensic psychologist, Kerry Danes, who told us that Dominique Pelicot knew exactly what he was doing.
People are always amazed when somebody who outwardly appears to be a decent chap then is revealed as being capable of this level of abuse. But it doesn't surprise me at all. Sexual offenders are very, very good at compartmentalising. So we've heard that Pelicot has a split personality. That is absolutely ridiculous. It implies that there's some sort of psychiatric condition underlying this. There's not. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not driven by any kind of psychosis or even major personality dysfunction. He is quite simply a sexual deviant who hates women and wants to abuse them and degrade them.
Talking there of Dominique Pelicot, the husband of Gisele Pelicot, who has been found guilty on all charges. They include aggravated rape, drugging his ex-wife, invasion of privacy. He has been sentenced this morning to 20 years in jail, and some 50 other men collectively sentenced to over 400 years in jail. The other sentences range from 15 years down to 3 years, depending on the individuals. Their age ranges from 27 to 84. And of course, this is a story that has been grabbing the attention of everyone around the world, not just in France. We should just mention to you, whilst we are on these points, that if you've been affected by today's news, you can find support in a number of places. Rape Crisis UK is available, 0808 500 2222. There's Refuge UK as well, the largest organisation for domestic abuse for women. You can call them 24/7 on 0808 2000 247. We're going to continue to monitor these live pictures in Avignon, France, the courtroom, of course, where the sentences and the verdicts were read out this morning by the 5 judges who made their decision by majority verdict. It is expected that we will hear from Gisele Pelicot in the coming hours, and of course we'll be there live for it when it does take place. A reminder that Mrs. Pelicot has now become somewhat of an icon in France, waiving her right to anonymity and declining to hold the trial behind closed doors. That's a right that was extended to her as the victim, is still extended to those responsible, those criminals who have been convicted this morning. Thus, we can only name them in France by their first names. Mrs. Pelicot, of course, only realised that she had been repeatedly raped when her former husband, whom she'd had 3 children and 7 grandchildren, was arrested for upskirting in 2022, taking photographs of women in a supermarket. It was only when police then investigated him and his devices that they discovered he had films of the rapes and videos, and that is when Mrs. Pelicot first was informed of this extraordinary crime that she was a victim of, that had been taking place from 2011 to 2020 for almost a decade. And it is this case that has gripped the nation of France, indeed the world, that we have been learning about this morning. Our Siobhan Robbins is outside the courtroom there in Avignon in France and has been covering the story so closely for us. It is, Siobhan, almost impossible to consider what Gisele Pelicot has been through and the bravery with which she has faced it publicly.
It's mind-blowing. You know, preparing just to report on this trial, every page you turn of evidence, every statement of hers that you read, even the statement by her now ex-husband, Dominique Pelicot, saying, "I am a rapist," is extraordinary. It's extremely rare to go to a rape trial where you hear someone stand up and say that, let alone go to a rape trial where you have one victim and 51 perpetrators. And I think that's what even defence lawyers here have said is so startling about this case, that normally you will have lots of victims and one perpetrator, but in this case, because of how extensive Dominique Pelicot's perversion was and the fact he invited so many men to rape his wife, they had this catalogue of images that the police were then able to identify certain men on. And, you know, for us listening to it now and thinking about it now, it's horrendous. Imagine being Gisele Pelicot, who is called into a police station in 2020, who's aware that her husband has been caught upskirting, so trying to film up the skirts of 4 women, that he's brushed it off with her and said, "I've made a mistake, you're away, I did this thing." She said, "It's horrendous, it can never happen again, but we've been married at this point for more than 40 years, so we can work through this." And then the day they go to the police station in November 2020, he goes upstairs. Little does she know, this is the last time she's going to see the man she believes is a loving husband. The police bring her into another room and start getting photos out, saying, "I need to show you something." Show her one photo of the abuse, show her number 2. At number 3, she says, "Stop." And that's how she found out who the man, the husband now of 50 years, what he'd been doing to her over a period of almost a decade. And she said that she lost her health over that time. The drugs he was giving her, these anti-anxiety drugs that he'd worked out would sedate her. Her hair was falling out. She thought she had Alzheimer's. She was having blackouts. She thought she had a brain tumour. And the whole time, he's there with his arm around her, comforting her, but then also online recruiting men to come to the house and rape her.
It is just inconceivable. It is totally and utterly inconceivable. Siobhan, you mentioned there the statement that was read out from Dominique, the main of course, criminal in this issue of many criminals. And yet, did we hear that his lawyer suggested they may well appeal the decision?
So the lawyer has come out of court today and explained the process which is available to them. So he has 10 days to decide, do I accept that I should have got this maximum 20-year sentence, the maximum sentence for this crime, or do I feel that actually the other men in this case had a bigger role to play and I should get less? And he will be thinking about that with his legal team and whether to appeal. And Dominique Pelicot, it's interesting, while he put his hand up and said, I am a rapist, I drugged my wife and I invited other men to rape her, the majority of the other men on trial denied being rapists. They said they went to the house with no intention to rape. Some of them claimed they'd been conned by Dominique Pelicot, told that this was part of a fantasy, that Gisele had consented and that it would be fine. So they felt that they claimed that they were duped. Now, he was very clear. He was like, I am a rapist, and so are all of the other men in this room on trial, and they know they are. So that might be the point that his legal team are considering with him. This idea of whether he really was the conductor of this sick orchestra, or actually if they all had the same amount of blame.
In terms of the sort of reaction across the country, Siobhan, which we've been discussing throughout the morning, one guest I had from Burgundy said that no senior politician had weighed in on the case or made comments about Gisele herself. Is that true? Is that accurate? Is it because of an ongoing case that we've not heard President Macron comment in her support, or any further insights on that?
Well, it's usual for presidents and prime ministers not to comment on ongoing cases. We do know, though, that the government is aware and discussing topics that have been brought up within the case around consent, for example, and also drugging and rape. So the former Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, before he resigned, he brought in new measures which would allow, for example, more test kits. But sure, there hasn't been a huge amount of legal change around this as it stands, but there has been what I would say a supercharging in the public consciousness about discussions around rape and discussions around drugging and rape, particularly that second one, because I think there has been a misconception that drugging and rape only happens to you if you're in a club and someone spikes your drink, whereas when you speak to some of the organisations which support rape victims, they actually say that, as with most cases of rape, this often happens from someone that you know, whether it's a partner, a husband, or someone within your family unit or your friendship unit. This is someone you know, and so they've been really trying to raise awareness of that. And I think that is something that Gisele has changed. She's forced France to look at how it considers rape and how it talks about rape. And that really was one of her motivations when she came here, and when she decided to waive her anonymity. She was very clear: shame must change sides. It's for the rapist to feel shame, not the victim.
And Siobhan, as we await her comments, likely to come soon, is she seen universally as this brave, heroic icon who's endured unthinkable things across all of France? Will all of France be glued to what we're watching right now?
A huge portion, particularly of women, will be glued to what we're watching. Some, of course, will decide not to watch it because it is so harrowing and the details are so horrendous. But I think it's difficult not to be moved by what she has endured, both the level of criminality and violence, but also the deception. So I think it has really hit people hard and in their hearts, and that's why we've seen so many thousands of people going out on the streets and calling for change, because it shows really that no one is immune to this type of violence, that this woman now in her 70s could be abused while she was a pensioner, a grandmother, a mother. She wasn't immune to it. No one is immune to domestic violence, sexual violence, and I think that's really what this case has underlined. Of course, there'll be some people who take no interest at all. It's the same with all things. There'll be some people, I'm sure, who think, well, it's a husband's right to do this, but legally it isn't. And what is important about this case is that Gisele Pelicot has amplified those messages, making it clear who is to blame and who holds the shame.
Is there any indication that this is more widespread? This severity is more widespread than perhaps we know yet? Again, we were discussing earlier how extraordinary it is that this number of people over this length of time in what was a small town outside of Avignon went unnoticed for so long.
I think it's really hard to pinpoint the scale of this and how often it's happening. But what we do know is from one of the leading women's helplines that they, since this trial has been ongoing, have had an uptick in women calling in or victims calling in and saying, I think I've been drugged and raped. Now, it could be that before people hadn't thought about it, or they didn't want to report it, or they were ashamed, and this has empowered them. Or it could be that it's happening much more frequently than we know. But what is interesting is we were just hearing from Beatrice Zavarro, who is Dominique Pelicot's lawyer, and she said that throughout the entire trial that Pelicot has shown total recognition of the tsunami of the actions of what his actions have had on his family, but also that there are 11 remaining unidentified suspects from the Mazan videos left. Now, we thought that there were probably around 30 men yet to be identified. Now, that's just something she said in court. We'd need the police to confirm that. But that suggests that, well, and we would know this was happening, but it's been 4 years that they've been working on this. And over that time, they've clearly been tracking down more and more people. So I think the message from this is, if you're one of those 11, if you're one of the initial 30 who had been seen on video and hadn't been identified and hadn't been caught, and now you're one of the 11, they are coming for you. And they will keep on looking for you. We've seen today what happens to those that they found. More than 400 years, total combined sentences of more than 400 years in prison.
And what is the reaction, Siobhan, on that point? Because we've obviously been listening to split opinions on it. 20 years, am I right in saying, was the maximum that Dominique could get? The range for those other 50 or so men that have been sentenced is from 3 to 15 years. Is that a disappointment? Is it the maximum or close to the maximums given the crimes?
So when prosecutors called as part of this trial for the sentences they wanted, the total sentences that they'd called for of all the men on trial was more than 660 years. So more than 400 years is a drop from that. And when I was talking to broadcaster Agnès Poirier, she was saying that although some people may be disappointed, she feels that the majority of French people will be glad that justice has been served. What we haven't seen today is, for example, 50% of the men on trial being freed without being found guilty. The judges have decided that those men are guilty of the crimes of either rape or sexual assault, and they have punished them for it. Now, they work within the confines of French law. There's a wider discussion about whether of justice done today, particularly for Dominique Pelicot, who has been handed this maximum 20-year sentence.
And presumably, Siobhan, forgive me if you don't know this, but this maximum 20-year sentence, that is all that can be given in France. I mean, obviously here, sometimes people get multiple life orders rather than just one. But despite the extraordinary number of crimes on his part over such a long period of time, it does still top out at 20 years, once over.
It certainly appears that way. The 20 years is the maximum he could be given. What they don't do here is do this full life sentence like you see in the UK, where you can be given a full life sentence for specific high-risk offenders who will never be allowed to leave. That doesn't happen here. So I think what we have seen, though, the fact that judges have upheld that request from prosecutors to enforce the very maximum sentence that they can, it underlines how severe they see his crime. And also the reality is this is a life sentence for this man. He was sick in court. At times he couldn't attend. In 20 years means that he will die in prison.
And we are waiting for these further departures, whether it's legal representatives or Gisele Pelicot herself. And of course, we are going to bring that to you when we do see it.
Yes, please.
Siobhan might still be with us, I believe is still with us. And Siobhan, my other question, you mentioned there that the number of men that they're still searching for, have photographs from the videos, obviously, of their faces been released? Is the reason, do we know, that they haven't been arrested yet because their faces aren't on camera? Again, it points to the extraordinary aspect of this case, which was that he had all of this footage on his device and would have gone unnoticed, despite the tsunami of incriminating evidence, had he not committed a separate, much more minor crime.
I think that's what is particularly shocking about this case. Dominique Pelicot's own daughter has claimed that he is likely to be one of France's worst sexual offenders. And this man was only caught because a security guard spotted him in a shopping centre filming up the skirts of 4 women. And I've seen a video of the moment where the security guard confronts him, and he is very vocal and says, "I've been watching you, you've done this to 4 women." He says, the security guard says to the woman in the video, "You have to make a complaint. He's been doing it to other people." And they did make a complaint, and that's why the police seized the devices of Dominique Pelicot. They looked at it and they saw that one of his profile pictures was a naked, passed out woman with men standing around naked as well. And they thought, this is strange, we need to investigate more. And then they seized his devices, and on those devices they found this meticulously catalogued collection of 20,000 indecent images. And in many of those images it was his motionless wife Gisele being filmed, being raped by different men. But in every video they turned on, they thought, this is the same woman. So at that point, it's understood that police were saying, is this consensual, or have we uncovered a litany of crimes against the same women, against the same woman? And further investigation found, yes, that's exactly what they had uncovered.
Just unbelievable. Siobhan, thanks for that. To just update our viewers, it's 10:02 midday here on Sky News today. And at the top of the hour, we will briefly break away from this, our top story, to bring you the latest Bank of England interest rate decision. But for now, we're going to continue rolling on this, the top story, of course, globally, really. And as you can see from those live pictures, we are still waiting for the departures of some key individuals, including Gisele Pelicot herself. And now let's go back out to Siobhan, who I know has a guest with her. She's outside that courtroom that you're looking at right now in Avignon.
Hi, Wilf. Yes, as you say, I'm outside the court. You can hear behind some of the demonstrators who've come here today to support Gisele Pelicot and her family as they listen to the sentences being handed down, including a maximum 20-year sentence handed down to her ex-husband, her children's father, Dominique Pelicot. I am joined now by broadcaster Agnès Poirier. Wilf was asking me before whether people will feel that actually, because the 600-year plus that the prosecutors asked for wasn't fulfilled by the judges and it was more like 400, is it not enough? Do you think they'll be disappointed?
Some people are bound to be disappointed, but usually a sentence given are slightly lower than what the public prosecutors demand. In that case, they followed the public prosecutors' demand as far as Dominique Pelicot is concerned, because he got the maximum prison sentence for his crimes. And also his disciple, as you call him, the accused who actually did exactly what Dominique Pelicot was doing to Gisele, to his own wife, also got, I think, was it 13 or 17 years. So, you know, we can discuss for hours whether X or Y should have got 15 years instead of 12, etc. In the end, justice is given, and you know, this case goes much beyond that, because it's a sort of, you know, awakening. It's a sort of reconning as well. I mean, what Gisele Pelicot has managed to do by just waiving anonymity is to let the world inside the courtroom and stare, you know, in the eye what rape is about. Rape is not only sexual assault, it's also something that is degrading, dehumanizing. And she set up a conversation. If you look on X or on Blue Sky or the social networks, a lot of French politicians are not only thanking Gisele Pelicot for what she's done, but also are already starting a conversation about should we introduce consent, which is something that French law lacks in terms of rape, and how should we go about it. The law regarding rape has really evolved in the last decades enormously. I mean, the last revision of the law was in 2021, and there's bound to be another revision in a few months or next year. So it is important. Also, you mentioned that if it hadn't been for the security guards at this supermarket who convinced the woman to go and file a complaint at the police for upskirting, we wouldn't know about Dominique Pelicot's crimes against his wife. So it means that the slightest sexist offence must be reported to the police. I mean, women need an education as well. That is to say, you may not think it's important, upskirting, is not life-threatening, but actually you could be uncovering something much more sinister. This is exactly what happened. So I think it's for men and women to take sexist offence, even the slightest, more seriously than we have.
So we're just seeing, we can hear some noise there. That's people booing. It's actually what I can see just walking behind the fence where I am here is there's a man in a mask with a baseball cap on. He will be one of the defendants who has been given a sentence, but the sentence, because either of time served or the conditions of it, means that he is allowed to walk free today. So you heard booing there. Can we just quickly touch on a point of 20 years for these crimes for Dominique Pelicot? Why in France could he not get more? Could he not get a life sentence? That's not a situation here.
Well, this is the maximum sentence for him for what he's done. If you look at other rape legislation, it's actually
more. This is more defendants.
Yes.
Just to interrupt. So.
Avancer d'un petit pas. Avancer d'un pas. Comment vous sentez-vous, madame? Voilà, attendez. C'est bon?
J'espère que tout le monde pourra m'entendre.
I hope you can hear
C'est
me.
que vous mettez la perche sur le papier là. Donc il faut juste reculer les perches.
Please just move back slightly. I'm here to say I'm very emotional. Please, if you could respect my emotional state as much as possible. Thank you. It's with a lot of emotion that I'm here to make a statement. This case was a very difficult test for me, and I'm thinking first and foremost of my 3 children, David, Caroline and Florian. I'm also thinking about my grandchildren because they are the future, and for them I wanted to really put this struggle forward. Aurore and Céline as well. I'm thinking about all the other families affected by this case and the non-recognized victims. In these stories that are often in the shadows, you must know you share my struggle. I'd like to express my gratitude, my deepest gratitude to all the individuals who have supported me throughout this, with the witness statements and the testimonials. This really gave me strength to come back day after day for this long trial. I'd like to thank the Association for Support of Victims who have supported me throughout, and all the journalists who have followed my case since its beginnings. I'd like to thank you and recognise the faithful and respectful treatment of the case that you have daily given. My lawyers, I thank you. Thanks for supporting me throughout this long journey. I wanted, when I started on the 2nd of September, to ensure that society could actually see what was happening, and I never have regretted this decision. I have now faith in our capacity to collectively take hold of a future in which everybody, women and men, can live together in harmony, in respect and mutual understanding. Thank you. What will you say about the sentences? I respect the court and I respect the decisions. Thank you. Thank you.
Gisele Pelicot there just commenting after the convictions and sentencing of those people who abused her over a period of 9 years, including her husband, Dominique, who was sentenced to 20 years, of course, this morning. Gisele Pelicot said, "I'm here to say I'm very emotional and that this has been a very difficult test for me." She said she was thinking most of all for her children and her grandchildren. And it was for them that she wanted to take this struggle forward. She said briefly there of her decision to not take up her right to anonymity, that when she started on this case, she wanted to ensure society could see what happens and that she does not regret that decision. She also expressed her deepest gratitude to those people that had supported her throughout the process and that they gave her strength to keep coming back. Siobhan Robbins was listening alongside and is outside that courtroom in Avignon. Siobhan, it's just incomprehensible, the strength that she referenced there. She obviously expressed her gratitude to those that helped get her through this, but this is a remarkable, remarkable lady of untold strength.
I think the dignity that we've seen her conduct herself over the last 4 months, but don't forget this is an investigation which has overshadowed her whole life. It's blown up her whole life for the last 4 years. And again, we saw that dignity on display here when she gave that statement. For me, I think the really key moment there, and she said at the start, "I'm emotional, respect my emotion." She kept it to the point and concise, but the key line for me is, "I never regretted that decision to waive my right to anonymity." And I think also there when she was saying, "I want us to live in harmony, men and women, in a society going forward," she was putting forward what she wants to be the legacy of this horrendous trial, which isn't that we spend years debating the men involved or talking about them or talking about Dominique Pelicot. It's actually looking at a way that France and societies can change to stop this happening and to stop rape victims feeling like they can't report rape or feeling ashamed. And they're the sentences that she kind of underlined throughout this trial and underlined again today as she left the court after hearing that the men who had been accused of raping and sexually assaulting her had been sentenced to a combined sentence of more than 400 years in jail.
I mean, as we're just discussing, the strength is unbelievable. The dignity, as you said as well, is quite astonishing. And even if she said at the top that she was feeling incredibly emotional, she didn't display it. I don't mean that in a heartless way. I mean in commending her strength. It's quite unbelievable, actually, to watch it. It really is. And alongside her, Siobhan, a strength also shown. I believe, were those her grandchildren next to her that she referenced?
I didn't see the people coming out because I'm obviously outside court, but in court today I know that her 3 children have been with her, her 2 sons and her daughter. And she did reference the fact that she was being strong for her own children, but also for her 7 grandchildren, and that she wanted to set an example for them, because you've got to remember at the heart of this story is a family. This horrific story is a family. And someone who was a loved husband and a loved father and a loved grandfather who spent time going to the football with his grandkids and everyone thought was great, has been unveiled to be this manipulative monster who carried out the most unthinkable crimes on their mother, on their grandmother. And she was underlining in that statement that her role, her key is to protect that family, that remaining family, not Dominique, and to keep them together. And she said before, after this trial, she doesn't really want to be in the public eye the whole time and doing loads of interviews. She wants to rebuild her life because for the last 10 years she lost her health. She's lost her relationship, which turned out to be a horrendous abusive lie. Her children have lost their father. Her grandchildren have lost their grandfather. And one of her children, her daughter, which we mustn't forget, that in the images found that Dominique Pelicot had, there was some photos of Caroline, his daughter, his grown-up daughter, wearing underwear when she was asleep that she didn't recognise. And she's been haunted now by this fear that perhaps her father drugged and assaulted her. He's always denied it. She's haunted and she'll never get any answers because he's just denied it. And her emotion throughout this trial has also been evident. She shouted in the court, you are a liar, you are a liar, when he denied it. And she said, you will die alone in prison like a dog. And I think that's the thing that's really important to remember, that of course Gisele Pelicot has become this figurehead, this hero for many people of a rights movement, but she is also the head of a family, and that's the family now she's focusing on keeping together.
Listen, there's more people talking outside the court. Let's listen into some of this.
The court. I don't want to provoke anybody. When I walk past, I have individuals who are shouting, and we may be all a bit provocative sometimes, aren't we? But when it comes to these debates, I've listened and asked questions. The interpreter apologises, we've lost the sound from this interview.
It was obviously just at the end of some comments from the outside. We will continue to monitor that and, of course, bring you the key takeaways. Just to recap what we heard there from Gisele Pelicot moments ago, she began by saying she was very emotional and that this had been a very difficult test for her, but she'd been thinking of her children and her grandchildren. It was for them that she wanted to put the struggle forward. She expressed her deepest gratitude to those who had supported her throughout and given her strength to keep coming back. She listed a number of organisations. She mentioned the journalists that had covered the story with respect. She mentioned her legal team. And referencing the fact that she had waived her right to anonymity, she said, "When I started, I wanted to ensure society could see what had happened, and I don't regret that." Siobhan Robbins has been covering this story for us throughout. Siobhan, do just recap for us what has unfolded today, of course, culminating there with that extraordinarily brave statement from Gisele Pelicot moments ago.
Yes, so what happened today was the sentencing and verdicts in this mass rape trial, which has fixated, gripped France and many around the world. This is the trial predominantly of Dominique Pelicot, a man who admitted drugging and raping his wife Gisele over a period of nearly a decade and inviting scores of strangers to the house to do the same. Now today, judges found all of the men who are on trial guilty of a variety of crimes. 47 of them were found guilty of rape. 2 of them were found guilty of sexual assault, and 2 of them were found guilty of attempted rape. Now, they handed down the sentences, and the maximum sentence that they handed out was to Dominique Pelicot. He got the maximum 20-year sentence, which had been requested by prosecutors. Others among them got sentences ranging from around 3 years and up, but it was Dominique Pelicot who got the longest sentence because, as some lawyers had been arguing in this case, they saw him as the perverted conductor of this sick orchestra of men who carried out a litany of crimes against his wife of 50 years.
In terms, Siobhan, of the next steps from this, I mean, presumably those who were convicted and sentenced, we will not see them. They have been taken out the back and going straight to jail. Are there possibilities of appeals to come or not?
There are certainly possibilities of appeals to come, and Dominique Pelicot's own lawyer has underlined that he has 10 days to consider whether he wants to appeal this maximum 20-year sentence. But I am actually joined now by the broadcaster Agnès Poirier, and I wanted to talk to you because you too were listening into Gisele Pelicot's statement as she came out. What was your reaction as a French woman listening to her?
Well, the force, she is a force, she is a driving force, and what is extraordinary is that she's positive. You know, she wants to look forward to, the life after those terrible crimes, and also for society to come together. And she talks about wanting men and women to live in harmony. Her lawyer said that she was transforming mud into a noble matter. This is what she's doing. It is extraordinary. And at the end of her speech or statement, she was asked, I don't know if you saw, by a journalist whether she was happy with the sentencing. And again, she was her usual admirable self. She said, I believe in justice and I respect the justice's sentences and judgment.
What do you think her days ahead will look like in terms of, will she be someone that will see, choosing to stay in the public eye, to do lots of talks, to go on, do lots of interviews, or do you think she's someone who will actually try, despite the impact she's had on this debate, try and step out of the limelight now?
Well, she will probably spend the next few months perhaps resting, finding some closure, spending time with her family. But she will probably remain in the public eye, and perhaps she knows she has an impact. She will probably come out occasionally. We'll see, but her daughter, Caroline, has created an association to do with rape victims and sedation, and I'm sure she will be interested in continue to raise awareness, because this is really what she's been doing. But she's also a woman of 74, I think, 72, and she's a family woman. She has grandchildren who she talked about. She's a private person who suddenly was in this extraordinary situation, and she rose to the challenge. So there is this, not contradiction, but she's a private citizen, ordinary citizen as she presented herself. So she will look carefully at how she can be of use in the public debate.
And as we talk, I'm keeping an eye on the court, because we've seen her come out of the courtroom and give this statement, but we and the crowd across the road are waiting, because they believe any moment now she will walk down those steps for the final time.
The final time, which must be a relief for her, because, I can't even imagine, her lawyer said, we thought she would be there perhaps at the beginning. She didn't need to come every day. She could have been there at the beginning, give an opening speech statement, and then leave us to do our job. That's what her lawyers said. But no. She would, also out of respect for justice and for the judges, it's a way to pay homage to justice and how it works. And she takes it very seriously, and so she fulfilled her part as an active, committed citizen. So she went every day. Imagine 3 months and a half every day, and having to watch again those videos. And she never lost her temper. She never stormed out of the courtroom. She was an incredible sight.
I wonder, this case, lawyers have said, is particularly strange in that in this case you have lots of defendants and one victim, whereas often in rape cases you have lots of victims and one defendant. And I wonder if another motivation for going to court every day was because it's her fight. she's the only one here. And of course her prosecutors and her legal team have been representing her, but maybe she felt, it's me, this was against me and I have to be here. Did you get that impression, or do you think it was more of just the legal?
No, it's a bit of both, and also she wanted to be here not only for herself, but for every woman. She represents every woman, and actually, you know, every day, other women, anonymous women, queued at dawn for hours to get a seat in the courtroom to be by her side. And we've seen those very powerful images since the beginning of the trial of women being there for her arrival, for her leaving every night, every evening, the court, and applauding her, cheering her on, and supporting her. So it's been an incredible sight. At first she was a bit timid, a bit shy, and then she went towards them and, you know, she made friends. You know, they keep shouting merci to her for what she's done, for her bravery. And I think it's been very soothing, and probably it will help her rebuild herself. Because she realizes this, you know, the kindness of strangers exists, as well as the cowardice of the men who raped her in her own bedroom.
I'm just seeing a line of police come out from the court, and they look like they're going to stop the traffic soon. So I would expect Gisele Pelicot to leave down those steps of the court for the final time any minute now. But as you say, this crowd of supporters who have been by her side day in, day out, she clearly had felt that support as well, because she paid tribute to them in that speech. It must have been, when you're there facing people who have done the most unthinkable things to you, that must have been very supportive to hear that.
Well, actually, that's what she said in her statement. She said, I don't regret 1 minute having waived the right to anonymity. You know, the fact she opened the doors to the world, to that courtroom, and she let the world in, not only to stare at perversity in the eye and to look at those harrowing crimes, but also to show an ordinary, decent woman, it happened to her, therefore it could happen to everyone. And I think it became a safe place, strangely. You know, she was alone, of course, with her family and her lawyers, but there were 51 men, you know, looking at her. I mean, she was clearly outnumbered, and yet she was the force in that courtroom.
And she really used the opportunities within the court process as well to make both address her attackers, but also make statements that she wanted to reverberate around the country. I'm thinking, for example, rape is rape, which she said so clearly to one of the defense lawyers, who suggested, well, some of these men didn't go with the intention to rape, so it wasn't rape. And that has become a rallying cry for her supporters, hasn't it?
The other slogan, or saying that has become a slogan, which is shame must change sides. You know, she said at the beginning, the reason why I want the people to look at me, but also at those men, is that they should be ashamed. I have nothing to be ashamed. I didn't do anything wrong. I was wronged. I was the victim of terrible crimes, but I don't want to spend my life feeling that I'm a victim.
Yeah.
And this is so obvious when you see her, even the way she walks. She has this dignity, this nobility about her that is so striking, and that has struck the whole world, because it's not a French story anymore, really. It's a universal story of a survivor who raises, you know, above the crimes. We will not remember those men. Actually, they all were hiding, you know, behind masks, with their hats on their eyes. She presented herself, you know, without, she showed her face to the world, just because she might have been the victim of terrible crimes, but she's still here. She's standing.
And wasn't that such a memorable contrast day after day as well? These men accused of the most hideous crimes, sort of creeping into court, faces covered, COVID masks, baseball caps. And then you had her, the woman who was the centre of some of the most horrendous images that she had to allow the court to show in public in order to get her voice heard, walking in, head held high. And I think there's an interesting evolution in her as well. For the first few months, and it was the summer, but for the first few months she was wearing, for the first part of the trial, she was wearing her sunglasses. And then it seemed that there was a change, and maybe it was the crowds outside, maybe it's she got used to the process, but the sunglasses came off, and there she was, Gisele Pelicot. I am a survivor. I am not ashamed.
Exactly, and you know, the sunglasses, everybody thought the same, but the sunglasses were her only protection, and her two lawyers by her side. But that was all she had, was they head between, behind masks with their pullovers pulled up. The image of cowardice, really, because only a handful actually admitted their responsibility, admitted they had raped her, and some of them were remorseful, but it's a tiny, tiny minority of them. They could have chosen to be dignified, at least to recognize their responsibility. No, they didn't. Very, very few did. So it's really a tale of bravery and of cowardice. This is like all the elements of a great tragedy. That's why it's so both upsetting but also profoundly affecting. And that's why it will change things. The law will change in France. I'm quite convinced of that.
How do you think it will change?
Well, consent. Now there's a debate about who should prove that, should it be the victim to bring the evidence that she was not consenting, or will it be for the alleged rapist to prove that he had expressed consent? There's still debate about, even among feminists, about this, but the law is bound to now admit that the notion of consent that didn't exist before.
I can see now behind me a big gaggle of press waiting at the doors of that court. There are police there as well. The crowd has quietened down, so it is possible that. So it looks like Gisele Pelicot is inside the lobby of that courthouse and is making her way very slowly towards the door. I can see the police moving now. A whoop there from the crowd. They can see, they've got a better angle than I do.
There's the police.
Yep, the police are coming down, people trying to get out of court, clearing a path for her because there is so much interest and support, but of course she said it's emotional. And there are the cheers. Here she is.
Gisele Pelicot leaving the Avignon courtroom there, showing once again her extraordinary grace in the face of having suffering from one of the worst crimes of all time. Deserving more space than she got, but nonetheless striding through with that strength and that quiet smile as well that depicted the grace that she has faced this extraordinary ordeal with. She's now getting into her car, about to leave, and Siobhan Robbins is there close to the car. Siobhan, we've mentioned it before, but it is impossible to overstate the way with which she has held herself throughout.
I mean, wow, what a moment for Gisele Pelicot, a woman for 4 years who's had to live in the knowledge of what had happened to her. For 4 months has come to this court to fight for justice. Today, walking down the steps of that court for the final time to rounds of applause in the knowledge that those men who were in court have been found guilty of either rape, attempted rape or sexual assault. All of that fight must have felt like it was worth it. The main person who betrayed and abused her, Dominique Pelicot, her ex-husband, will spend 20 years in prison. He will die in prison.
Well, the car is departing now, as she had endured, as Siobhan said, the trial, and over many months before that, the investigation, learning today that some 50 men were convicted as a result. As she drives away, let's remind ourselves of what she did have to say 30 or 40 minutes ago after those sentences and verdicts were handed out.
I'm here to say I'm very emotional. Please, if you could respect my emotional state as much as possible. Thank you. It's with a lot of emotion that I'm here to make a statement. This case was a very difficult test for me, and I'm thinking first and foremost of my 3 children, David, Caroline and Florian. I'm also thinking about my grandchildren, because they are the future, and for them I wanted to really put this struggle forward. Aurore and Céline as well. I'm thinking about all the other families affected by this case and the non-recognised victims. In these stories that are often in the shadows, you must know you share my struggle. I'd like to express my gratitude, my deepest gratitude to all the individuals who have supported me throughout this, with the witness statements and the testimonials. This really gave me strength to come back day after day for this long trial. I'd like to thank the Association for Support of Victims, who have supported me throughout, and all the journalists who have followed my case since its beginnings. I'd like to thank you and recognise the faithful and respectful treatment of the case that you have daily given. My lawyers, thanks for this long journey. I wanted, when I started on the 2nd of September, to ensure that society could actually see what was happening, and I never have regretted this decision. I have now faith in our capacity to collectively take hold of a future in which everybody, women and men, can live together in harmony, in respect and mutual understanding. Thank you. What will you say about the sentences? I respect the court and I respect the decisions. Thank you. Thank you.
Gisele Pelicot there earlier this hour, who has just left from outside the court in Avignon. These are some of her supporters who we can listen to for a moment. we'll continue to monitor those live pictures from outside the courtroom. But for now, let's bring in a domestic abuse expert and associate professor of social psychology at Paris-Nanterre University. That's Dr. Andrea Gruev-Vintier. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, as an expert as you are in domestic abuse, have you ever come across a braver, more stoic and graceful victim of such a thing?
Thank you very much, Wilfried. It's an excellent question. Gisele Pelicot is obviously an amazing inspiration for all of us. What I would like to highlight also is how much the Mazan trial highlights the systemic issues of coercive control and sexual violence in France. In fact, this is something that was a little bit overlooked in the reporting that we saw about the case. Very much of the press, of the media, focalized on the sexual abuse part, but what we see in the Mazan case is really that it exemplifies the mechanisms of coercive control within marital relationships. In fact, Dominique Pelicot's actions of drugging his wife Gisele demonstrate the constant, cumulative, and non-episodic behaviors that characterize coercive control in general. And just like in most domestic violence cases that I've studied, that I've researched for the French book on coercive control, in fact, the incidents that led to the arrest and in the end to the Mazan trial in itself took place in the context of other abusive behaviors. For example, he had taken loans in the name of Gisele Pelicot and he ran up astronomical debts, which is a core component, economic violence of coercive control. The use of drugs in this case is also a personalized tactic of coercive control, and Gisele Pelicot's daughter, Caroline Darion, mentioned that in her book that she was so concerned about her mother's health and inexplicable loss of memory that she and her brothers wanted to take her to a neurologist. And in fact, when they spoke to their father, to Dominique Pelicot, about their concerns about their mother, he misled them as well and attributed her symptoms to insomnia and stress, by that attacking Gisele Pelicot's human right to appropriate health care.
Do you think that coercive behavior of this ilk is, maybe not of this ilk, but is more commonplace than people would suggest in France?
Coercive control is the most common and devastating means used to entrap women and children in personal lives across the world, including, of course, in France. So the Mazan case really underscores the need to question our societal attitudes that minimize or has us ignore the signs of coercive control, and bring forward the broader issue in France of the recognition of marital rape in the context of coercive control. In fact, what we see in this case is that very much of the media reporting focalized on domestic rape as if it was disconnected from the larger context of coercive control in which Gisele Pelicot and her children were kept.
What have you made personally to the reaction to this case across France? Is it the type of reaction that you would welcome? Do you think it will lead to change, or are you fearful that it won't?
As a social psychologist, what research tells us is that cases like this are really what we make out of them. And for example, they can be a moment in time, but the point is here that the Mazan trial is a crucial opportunity to raise awareness about coercive control and push for significant legal and societal change in France.
What type of changes is it that you'd like to see in France? Is it a mindset change? Are there laws that you'd like to see change?
We are working towards improving the French laws. In many other countries, for example, in the UK, in Australia, coercive control is criminalized. We consider it in our family. It should be considered in family law. Of course, these are targets for law change in France, and we really are pushing towards the significant changes. And then, of course, we do want to push for a change in mentality, but we want our laws and our justice to be very clear with gender-based violence and with coercive control being at the core of it in most cases.
I don't know what the norm is in France. I mean, whilst the case is ongoing, whether it's impossible for senior politicians to comment on it. But given that we've now had the verdicts, the sentencing, do you expect this to be something that the top-level politicians, President Macron himself, will address?
We are working with some of the politicians, senators and members of the parliament to push for law change. So some of the politicians in France are very clear about what is. Others are not. But again, as a social psychologist, I know that persistence is one of the conditions of success. So we are not going to stay. We are going to make something out of it.
When you consider the number of people involved in this case over such an extended period of time, in what was, as I understand it, quite a small town, how was it possible that nobody learnt about it until they did?
Again, I think that the lack of awareness of the massive extent of coercive control in marital relationship is one of the leading causes of how much the indicators in this case were neglected. In fact, Gisele Pelicot has seen a number of doctors over the 10 years in which she was raped under drugs. None of the doctors actually made the connection between gynecological problems or loss of memory and the possibility that she may have gone through domestic violence and coercive control, including by using drugs. So this is one of the things that we need to be very, very clear about, that our professionals need to be very much more trained than they are in systematically questioning their patients about in any situation. It should be a systematic question to identify domestic violence and coercive control. But I would also like to draw attention to the case of Caroline Darion, who is Gisele's daughter, and her complex experience of intergenerational trauma, because she discovered during the investigation that there were pictures of her sleeping with someone else's underwear, pictures that were taken by her father. And when she realized that she didn't know about these pictures being taken of her, she spent 3 days in the hospital. So what I'm underlying here is that Caroline's case illustrates, again, the systemic failure of recognizing and addressing coercive control. And the fact that she feels forgotten in the trial shows that we really need a more comprehensive approach to support all of the victims of coercive control in families, not just the direct adult victims, but also and first and foremost, the children. Caroline Darion's experience is a critical example of how far-reaching the impacts of coercive control are going, and they do emphasize the need for a holistic approach to understand coercive control in families.
It's really interesting hearing your perspective on this, given your expertise. And I guess to round off the interview, I just wonder the extent to which you are grateful to Gisele Pelicot, because, of course, it has led us, and I'm sure you with many other people, to be having this conversation right now, and her decision to waive her anonymity.
Huge courage and bravery, and I think that so many of us are beyond grateful to her personality, to who she is, to her voice, to her heart, also those of her children. And indeed, it's an act of bravery, but I would also like to insist of how much determination it took to make this act of bravery last and take us through 4 months of trial to where we are today.
Dr. Andrea Greve-Ventia, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, William.
Well, throughout the day here on Sky News, we've, of course, been joined by a range of guests discussing this extraordinary case. And I spoke earlier to the Vice President of the French organisation Dare to be Feminists, that's Mina Czerniawski, and we discussed how Gisele Pelicot's courage again had inspired women across France.
She's extremely brave. We know the stigma that comes with being a victim of sexual violence for women. So what she has done and what she has intentionally explained, that despite feeling distracted and things, she was hoping that her case could change things for other women. So we appreciate, we salute her bravery in having this a public discussion.
I mean, clearly, as you've already outlined, it's transformed awareness. Might it lead to more than that? Are there laws that your organisation would like to see changed or enhanced?
Yes, we would like a more comprehensive law that takes into account the victims of sexual violence, and something that currently our legal definition of rape is sufficient to prosecute. The thing that it's not, it's the means that are attributed to this. Currently, France has a below average from the other European countries in terms of money that's invested in preventing and persecuting sexual violence. So we would like this budget to be increased. We would also like that the vulnerable population are taken into consideration into this comprehensive law that includes also victims of prostitution and pornography. And we would like a ministry that has full competences and more prevention training and information. We also would like that doctors are allowed to report sexual violence without fear of repercussion, amongst several other things.
Talk to me about what the definition of rape is in France and how that differs to some other European countries like the UK. Forgive me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it requires the need for force. And the word consent is not, in fact, relevant to the French law.
Yes, currently our definition of rape is any act of penetration obtained by violence, coercion, threat, or surprise. So this usually includes any possibility. This is, for example, if a man initiates intercourse or rape while the woman is asleep, this is by surprise. So this classifies as rape in our current legislature. What's lacking for us is the funds to investigate the rape denunciations that women make. So that's why we have today 86% of sexual aggression cases dismissed and 94% of rape cases dismissed, because there is simply no investigation done.
Just finally, as we wrap things up, Mina, what is your lasting view towards the response from Gisele Pelicot and the example she has set, the inspiration perhaps she might give to people across France?
It's a very beneficial thing what she has done. It has enabled society to talk about this issue. We would like to salute her, but however, to bear in mind that not all victims will be able to do what she has been able to do, and they're still legitimate, and we still support them. Even the women who choose to remain anonymous because of all this suffering that they will incur or that they have incurred, or the stigma that will go, we would like not to make a distinction into what is a perfect victim and what is a not perfect victim. So women who make the choice, different from Gisele Pelicot, to remain anonymous and have the process, we also support them, because we understand that we're currently still living in a rape culture, in a sexist society, where it can be very difficult for women, despite their will, to place the shame on the perpetrators and not suffer themselves the consequence. So we salute Gisele for what she has done, but we don't want it to be an injunction on victims to always speak out and publicly about the violence they've suffered, because there's loads of psychological consequences that may prevent women from speaking publicly about the violence they have suffered.
That was a conversation we had a little bit earlier on, of course, talking about the inspirational Gisele Pelicot. Let's bring in now Manon Aubry, a French member of the European Parliament belonging to La France Insoumise party. Thanks so much for joining us to discuss this case. Firstly, your take on today on the sentencing and the convictions.
Well, in a way, I'm like a lot of feminists in the country. And on one hand, I feel relief and very thankful towards Gisele Pelicot, because by you refusing that this child is held behind closed doors, has actually shown that the culture of rape is widely developed, widely shared in our country. And, if you look at the perpetrators, the ones that are condemned, they are like any single man that is around us. They are just representative of our French society. So I'm thankful. I'm also very much relieved in a way, but I also think today about all of the victims in France, but also in other countries that do not have the possibility to get a fair trial, do not have the possibility to get justice, do not have the possibility to actually, get the spotlight on their case. And there's so much to do yet to actually, end this culture of rape in our society. You were just discussing earlier the definition of rape that is part of, one of the things we should be working on. On average, there's less than 1% of the victims of rape that actually access justice. Less than 1%. So it means for Gisele Pelicot, how many victims of rape have not got to justice? So I hope that trial will really make history. Will make history in the definition of rape. Will make history for victims. Will make history, to get rid of patriarchy in our society.
In order for that to be the case, what do you need to see happen? Is it actions from your colleagues in French Parliament? Do you need laws to change? Or is it actions from the police or from the justice system?
We need a lot of things. First of all, we need financial means to actually, train the police officer, the justice officer, so that they can welcome and trust the words of the victims. Because how many victims actually, they do not feel comfortable bringing their case in front of a policeman that is going to ask them, how they were dressed and whether they provoked the rape. But a victim of a rape does never provoke a rape, no matter how they're dressed, no matter what they say. That's why the debate that arose in France over the last few months around the issue of consent is so key. For once, the issue of consent is discussed in our society. So it should lead not only to a change in terms of means to support the victims, but also it needs a change in the definition of rape to include that notion of consent. Because it's clear for Gisele Pelicot, the definition of rape was way sufficient for the perpetrators to be condemned. But it's not the case for a lot of the rape cases, because it's going to be, the words of the victim against the words of the man that is accused of rape, for example. And the situation that is clearly unfair leads to victims not accessing justice.
Have you been encouraged by the response across France that gives you hope that these changes will now come about, that the people will push the politicians and those in power to make the necessary changes?
Yes, what took place over the last few months in France, I think I can already call it a feminist revolution. At the very beginning of the trial, there was, I wouldn't say that there was no interest, but the interest was rather low. But as we were going through the trial, as we were discovering the type of profiles of the men that were accused again, they were just men like you, and sorry, not you individually, but like they were normal men. And the more we went through the trial, the more the French population got interested into the trial. And you've seen the images of today. There are women and people that came all across France just to say, I want to be there. I want to support Gisele, and nothing is going to be different anymore. And Gisele Pelicot had that sentence that is very, very true. In French, she said, que la honte change de camp. Sorry, my English might not be fluent enough to well translate it, but it's just like that the ones that should be ashamed should not be the victims anymore, but they should be the ones participating in committing rape or any sexual violence. So I'm very hopeful that what has started in France, but hopefully all across Europe and the world on fighting violence against women will not end. And the interest also that international media in quite a few countries had on that case shows that it goes beyond the French borders, and hopefully it will encourage for a similar women revolution and feminist revolution all across Europe.
And Manon, given that you have that hope, what level of gratitude do you have and respect do you have for Gisele Pelicot and the way she has conducted herself in the face of such, unthinkable and extraordinary pressure?
I mean, no one can probably imagine or feel what Gisele Pelicot has been going through, and I feel a lot about emotion when I think about her and what she's been going through. And you know, she's been standing in this trail for hours, for months. There's been videos that have been shown of her rapes. Can you imagine? You know, you've been victim of rapes by your husband for years, for actually more than a decade. And then you've been sitting there watching the videos of you being raped, and the level of dignity that Gisele Pelicot showed throughout this trial is incredible. I'm cautious, though, not to make her a hero, because I think she deserves, you know, not a quiet life, because no one thinks her life is going to be quiet now, but she deserves to be protected. But I hope that the courage, the incredible courage that she's had, will actually empower a lot of women. I'm thinking about all of these young women, and I can see if Gisele spoke out, I can speak out. Every single woman can speak out. And that's how society can change. So I think no one can measure yet the impact of this trail, but it makes me think there's a very famous trail also in France back at the end of the 70s that is called the Trail of Aix-en-Provence. It was actually held not far from Avignon, and that led to the very first definition of rape in the French law. And that trail was historical, and I think the trail of Gisele Pelicot is equally historical. And I do hope that Gisele Pelicot, I mean, no one is gonna give her back what she's lost during that decade. But she can know now that she's been widely supported by the French population, and that finally, la honte va changer de camp, as she say, that the one who are going to be ashamed are not victims anymore. And this is huge.
And just finally, if I may, Manon, we haven't heard from many politicians like yourself, and I don't know if that's because of rules and customs in France, whilst a case is ongoing, that they don't comment until convictions are confirmed. Are you expecting to hear from President Macron specifically about this and what might follow in the days ahead? Would you like to hear from him? Is that something we can expect or not?
Yes, you're right in a way. I've been surprised that I've been one of the only few policymakers and members of parliament to actually talk regularly about this trail. I can see things changing, though, because the impact in our society is huge. Now, when you get to Emmanuel Macron himself, I mean, I don't have big hope for several reasons. One, because, as you might know, the political situation in France is a bit of a chaos at the moment. Second, because, you know, Emmanuel Macron has never been a feminist. He's never been a feminist president. I was talking a little bit earlier I was talking about the change of the definition of rape to introduce the issue of consent. And that's something I've been advocating for years. That's actually something I've managed to get it adopted in the European Parliament a year and a half ago. It was voted in the European Parliament, but it was finally not adopted because Emmanuel Macron himself blocked that new definition, blocked the European directive in which we had that big win. And Emmanuel Macron, unfortunately, has always been on the side of the one doing violence against women. You know, he's been he's been giving some distinction, the highest French distinction, to Gérard Depardieu, who's a very famous French actor, who's been accused of a lot of cases of violence against women. And, you know, Macron is the one giving the highest distinction towards an actor that is accused of violence against women, but is not saying a word for Gisele Pelicot and for all of the victims. And I think this is clearly unacceptable. And that shows that probably we shouldn't rely on Emmanuel Macron to get feminist win in France. But I think our society will eventually get it, because the society is somehow far ahead of Emmanuel Macron and some of our politicians. And I think now we're ready to get to the next level in terms of fighting violence against women. And for that reason, I think the trio of Mazon and Gisele Pelicot actually will really make history.
Manon Aubry, French member of European Parliament, thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate your contribution. I should mention as well that Gérard Depardieu denies all charges against him. As we leave you with this final minute, some pictures of Gisele Pelicot, the 72-year-old who was repeatedly raped over a 9-year period from 2011 to 2020 by her husband, Dominique Pelicot, and some 50-plus other men, thanks to the evil actions of her husband, who was today found guilty of all charges, including aggravated rape, drugging his ex-wife, invasion of privacy, and sentenced to the maximum 20 years in prison. The court found 46 other men guilty of rape, 2 guilty of attempted rape and 2 guilty of sexual assault. Their sentences ranged from 3 to 15 years. And we heard Gisele Pelicot, with extraordinary strength and grace and composure, express that she was glad she did this all in public. And she wants to ensure society could see what had happened. We're going to take a quick break here on Sky News Today. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 1 o'clock. These are the headlines. Mass rape trial. 51 men sentenced to a total of more than 400 years for abusing Gisele Pelicot, who says the case has been a difficult test. Her ex-husband, caught after taking pictures up women's skirts in a shop, sentenced to 20 years for drugging and raping her and inviting dozens of strangers to follow suit. Supply outage, thousands left without water in Hampshire on the same day the regulator announces a hike in bills of 36%. A neo-Nazi with an arsenal of weapons who discussed attacking people at a gay club has been jailed for 10 years. The youngsters who killed this teenager, becoming the UK's youngest knife killers, are handed longer sentences. NHS pressure. New figures show a spike in the number of flu patients in hospital compared to last year. Hello, good afternoon. Our main story is a case that has shocked the world. 51 men sentenced to a total of more than 400 years in a mass rape trial. The woman at the centre of it all, Gisele Pelicot, praised for her bravery, waiving her anonymity to face her accusers. She spoke after the verdicts, saying the case had been a very difficult test, but that she never regretted choosing to waive her anonymity. In the last hour, she left the court with hundreds of supporters cheering her and chanting her name in solidarity and support. Her ex-husband, Dominique, has been sentenced to 20 years for drugging and raping his then-wife and allowing dozens of strangers to abuse her. Here is the moment Gisele Pelicot gave her reaction.
I'm here to say I'm very emotional. Please, if you could respect my emotional state as much as possible. Thank you. It's with a lot of emotion that I'm here to make a statement. This case was a very difficult test for me, and I'm thinking first and foremost of my 3 children, David, Caroline and Florian. I'm also thinking about my grandchildren because they are the future, and for them I wanted to really put this struggle forward. Aurore and Céline as well. I'm thinking about all the other families affected by this case and the non-recognised victims. In these stories that are often in the shadows, you must know you share my struggle. I'd like to express my gratitude, my deepest gratitude to all the individuals who have supported me throughout this, with the witness statements and the testimonials. This really gave me strength to come back day after day for this long trial. I'd like to thank the Association for Support of Victims who have supported me throughout, and all the journalists who have followed my case since its beginnings. I'd like to thank you and recognise the faithful and respectful treatment of the case that you have daily given. My lawyers, I thank you. Thanks for supporting me throughout this long journey. I wanted, when I started on the 2nd of September, to ensure that society could actually see what was happening, and I never have regretted this decision. I have now faith in our capacity to collectively take hold of a future in which everybody, women and men, can live together in harmony, in respect and mutual understanding. Thank you. What will you say about the sentences? I respect the court and I respect the decisions. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Gisele's ex-husband, Dominique, who was caught after taking pictures up women's skirts in a shop. After hearing his fate, a lawyer for Gisele Pelicot did not rule out an appeal.
Je déciderai à l'issue des 10 jours, c'est-à-dire...
There are 10 days, as I said, for us to debate the verdict and to decide whether or not we wish to appeal. As I said at the beginning of these debates, Mr. Pelicot was not necessarily the conductor that was alleged, but it's important to actually look at the difference made between the verdict for Mr. Pelicot and for the co-defendants making up this orchestra, as it has been described. I am not going to criticise any decision made by the courts. We are going to examine whether or not we wish to appeal this. We're going to respect the 10-day deadline we've been given to actually analyse our position and to see whether or not we wish to go forward to a popular jury decision. How is your client reacting? The client is showing the same attitude as he has done throughout. He is struck by the period in question, the sentencing period. We, as I say, are going to take the 10 days to digest this, and he's going to think about his future.
Well, our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins has been following this case closely from Avignon. Siobhan, chaotic and jubilant scenes as Ms. Pelicot left the court a short time ago. This is a case which has really shocked the whole of France.
Yes, when she walked down the steps behind me, which now are clear for the final time, there was this huge cheer, the applause that we've heard every single time that Gisele Pelicot has come to this court from her supporters. And she was mobbed, really. People trying to show their appreciation for her bravery, that she was willing to stand in front of the whole of France and say, I have been raped and I am not going to be the person to feel ashamed by that. Shame must change sides, and it must be the rapists that carry that shame. And she's been aware of what happened to her, told by the police. For 4 years now she's lived with the knowledge of the crimes that were committed against her. For 4 months she's been in that court fighting for justice, and today she got it.
And Siobhan, what is shocking about this case is not just the content, a man drugging and raping a woman repeatedly, but also the number of men involved over so many years.
Yes, that's right. And Gisele Pelicot called this a trial of cowardice because some of the men who went to that house only went once. Some people actually went and left, but no one raised the flag. No one told the police, and they could have ended the suffering that she was living through, enduring, but they didn't. Now, Dominique Pelicot, of course, her husband of 50 years, is at the centre of this. A man whose lawyer said that he had two personalities, Dominique the family man and Dominique the pervert, and that family man image that he was able to uphold the whole time meant that he could essentially dupe all of those around him, his loved ones, his friends, his family, who thought he was a great dad. Gisele herself called him the perfect husband. But forensic psychologist Kerry Danes told us that she believes he was 100% aware of what he was doing.
People are always amazed when somebody who outwardly appears to be a decent chap then is revealed as being capable of this level of abuse. But it doesn't surprise me at all. Sexual offenders are very, very good at compartmentalising. So we've heard that Pelicot has a split personality. That is absolutely ridiculous. It implies that there's some sort of psychiatric condition underlying this. There's not. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not driven by any kind of psychosis or even major personality dysfunction. He is quite simply a sexual deviant who hates women and wants to abuse them and degrade them.
And Siobhan, it is right that his name is out there in the public domain, as is Madame Pelicot, who has been so adamant that she will not carry the shame. But it's also important, isn't it, Siobhan, not to forget all of the other men, all of those names that didn't do anything to stop this abuse happening to her.
And let me just remind you of the 51 men who today have been found guilty of a variety of crimes, including aggravated rape, some of them attempted rape, some of them sexual assault. These are the names of the 51 men who were involved in this trial: Dominique Pelicot, Jean-Pierre M, Lionel R, Cyril D, Jacques C, Christian L, Nicolas F, Boris M, Philippe L, Nizar H, Charlie A, Joseph C, Matteo D, Fabian S, Andy R, Hugues M, Yoann K, Hussametin D, Jerome V, Redouane LF, Jean T, Thierry P, Adrian L, Simone M, Thierry P, and Karim S. But they are not the names that we will remember from this case. They will be forgotten. They will not be talked about. It is Gisele Pelicot, the woman who brought her dignity and bravery to court and forced France to talk about rape, who will be remembered.
Siobhan Robbins there, thank you very much. The water regulator has announced household water bills in England and Wales will rise by an average of £31 a year for the next 5 years, an increase of around 36%. Chris Walters, Senior Director of Ofwat's Price Review, said investment rather than privatisation is needed to prevent further increases.
Privatisation is not a silver bullet. If we look around the world, there are various different ownership models. There are very few countries that have fully privatised systems, but many countries share the challenges that we have, the challenges to do with the ongoing effects of climate change and population growth. It's not obvious to me that privatisation or nationalisation or any particular ownership structure is a silver bullet. But regardless of ownership structure, what's needed now are record levels of investment, the highest investment in any 5-year period since privatisation, to bring back the benefits that we need.
Meanwhile, Southern Water, which has permitted the biggest jump of 53%, has apologised to people in Hampshire where more than 60,000 homes are without water today. Sadia Chowdhury is in Southampton for us. What is the latest? How great a geographical spread are we talking about here, Sadia, and what hope do they have of being reconnected?
Well, thousands of homes were without water from last night, and we're at a car park now in Eastleigh, and that queue has been long at times, and then at times it has almost ended, and then just as you think it's finishing, more people come and join. An indication perhaps that some people are waking up a bit later and realising that they're without water. We've spoken to various people who have children at home, people who have elderly, sick relatives at home, and they're saying that being without water overnight has been extremely difficult. So there is a water distribution going on here, and as I say, that queue quite long at times, quite short at other times. Some people saying that they've waited about 45 minutes, others half an hour. One woman that we spoke to said that she'd come last night, waited for an hour and a half, and then the water here at the distribution site also ran out. So not ideal for those people. We know that about 30 schools are due to remain closed throughout today. And all of this, remember, as water bills are set to go up. And we spoke to some of the people in the queue today about their thoughts on that. Have a listen to what they said.
OK, Sadia, good to talk to you.
We'll bring you those boxes a bit later, but the water companies say that this was due to a technical fault, which I understand has been fixed. A few people that we spoke to in the queue say that they've received emails saying that the issue has been fixed. Many people were without water completely, and others had very low water pressure, and the water companies say that this is due to be corrected and fixed, and that some homes will get water back today, others tomorrow.
OK, Sadia, thanks very much. Now, a neo-Nazi who had an arsenal of weapons at his home in Stirlingshire and discussed attacking people at a gay club has been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Police found Alan Edward in possession of equipment including a crossbow and 14 knives, including some with Nazi and SS insignia, as well as machetes and a catapult and stun gun. Our Scotland correspondent Conor Gillis has this report, a warning it does contain footage of a Nazi salute.
This is what the toolkit of a neo-Nazi looks like. The crossbow, stash of knives, machetes, stun guns. The armoury of a far-right fanatic who glorified Hitler. Weapons belonging to this man, Alan Edward, a convicted terrorist on a mission to cause a catastrophe, discussing plans to kill people in the LGBT community. They've been pushing their luck for years, he said in one message. Now they will pay in blood. And another, we should get masked up and go and do a few of them in their little gay club.
Well, it's very frightening, to be frank, but I think over the last few years we've witnessed a rising toxic anti-LGBTI culture here in Scotland and the UK. So whilst it's very frightening, I don't imagine it being entirely unsurprising to many.
Inside his Falkirk home was the epicentre of an online far-right hate operation, posting extreme racist and homophobic abuse to his thousands of followers online. These dark and sinister ideas may have been thought up behind closed doors in this community. But had the plans not been foiled by counter-terror teams, authorities believe there was a real and serious threat of violence on the streets of this country.
I would not put someone who's acting alone on a different level from a group. They can be just as deadly. So in this case, he idealised Anders Breivik, who killed M77 and injured 300 at Utoya Island, and he's described him as St Anders. These are major attacks by individuals, similar to the individual we have here, who fortunately the police have intervened before he's been able to do anything.
And now this Holocaust denier is behind bars on terror offences, caught and prevented from causing further harm.
And Conor, some concern about this growing threat of terrorism within the UK. What are the police saying about this particular case?
Well, yeah, this sentencing of Alan Edward today comes in the same week that we have had this warning, this stark warning from senior counter-terror police officials who have suggested there is a smouldering threat from the far right, particularly online, and they have interrupted a number of attacks. And this may not be an example of that, but certainly feeds into the wider discussion around this, a suggestion that more and more people are being radicalised online, like Alan Edward. Clearly he was broadcasting his hate to tens of thousands of people online, and that hateful mobilisation of grievance and violence. When we focus specifically on this man, on this neo-Nazi, he today was jailed for a period of 10 years. He will serve a decade behind bars. And the police here at their headquarters in Glasgow, we've just been speaking to them, they have described him as a dangerous individual, but they do say that this kind of situation is extremely rare. And